hearing this morning. We have a number of bills on the docket which we're going to be hearing. As a note for the committee members on our calendar, I have put a tentative calendar. It's probably going to be more than tentative at noon today, where we will not be meeting on next Monday. And the Thursday, of course, will be a session. We're not going to be meeting this Thursday either for a work session. We're going to push that off to later on in the calendar. So you can guarantee this Thursday and next Monday. We will be working on Tuesday, Wednesday, session on Thursday, and we will have an exec session all day on Friday as well. All these schedules will include exec sessions, as well as there will be a work session on one of those days for some of our finance bills, which are policy bills as well. So that's just a quick note. So what I'd like to do is get into House Bill 272. This is increasing charter public school per pupil funding. The prime sponsor bill is Representative Mooney. I want to recognize and welcome Representative Mooney to our committee. I'm also going to ask people that are testifying today, if something's already been spoken to in testimony about this, please don't replicate that. It will just drag us on and put our whole schedule in peril. So please try to stay to the times that you've requested and don't repeat what somebody else. If you have testimony in writing, we'd appreciate that too. That saves our clerk from having to write all that down. We can say, see attached paperwork. So thank you very much and welcome to our committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to members of the committee. For the record, my name is Representative Maureen Mooney. I'm from the town of Merrimack. It's Hillsborough County, District Number 12. I'm the prime sponsor and here to testify in support of House Bill 272, an act relative to increasing chartered public school per pupil funding. Now, by means of some background, public charter schools in New Hampshire are funded using this formula. There is base adequacy amount per pupil. Then you have what is called in statute an additional grant. Incidentally, that is what my bill addresses, the additional grant. Both the adequacy amount and the additional grant are subject to the Consumer Price Index. In addition to those two, there's also applicable differentiated aid that applies specifically in statute, another statute, to specific circumstances, for example, English as a second language learning. So those three formulas. My bill refers only to the additional grant piece of the three-prong formula. House Bill 272 increases the statutory additional grant given to public charter schools per pupil, placing the amount in the statute for the additional grant as $5,141. Per the fiscal note, the increase in House Bill 272 amounts to $1,514.12 of an increase per charter school pupil in fiscal year 24. What is the overall picture? The overall is that with this increase, the total per pupil for public charter schools, based on the formula described above, or what I mentioned, would be approximately now $9,000 per public chartered school pupil. This is up from the approximate $7,400 per pupil that public charter schools receive currently. There are several reasons for increasing the additional grant, which is what my bill aims to do. First of all, the additional grant has not been increased since House Bill 517 in 2017. So there's not been an increase. of this additional grant since 2017. Funding at $9,000 per pupil is still lower than traditional public schools, where the most recent figure I've heard is an average of $19,500 per pupil in traditional public school districts. Increased funding is needed with increased enrollment in public chartered schools, as we've seen. A recent article by Ethan DeWitt from November of 2022 has a headline of New Hampshire charter school enrollment increases 14% in the past year. For these reasons, and with this description, which I hope was clear, as it is a tiny bit complicated, but I tried to articulate it as best I could in terms of what the bill will do, I would ask for your support of the bill. With that, I'll conclude my testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Mooney, for presenting the bill. It seems to me that there have been a few chartered public schools that have failed over the past X number of years. And I'm just wondering how the finances have played into those failures, given the testimony you just gave about the traditional public school funding versus charter school funding.
Not knowing specifically the schools you're referring to, not having those details, I would defer that to one that would testify after me.
Are there further questions of Representative Mooney? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Did somebody have their hand up over there? Okay. Don Winterton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Don Winterton. I live in Hooksett. I am the chair of the Board of Trustees of the Polaris Public Charter Schools. One of the successes that you should come and see. We have room. We're in the old St. Patrick's School on the west side of Manchester. We are not in a high-end neighborhood. Believe me, we are not. But we educate 120 kids from K through 5. As you probably know, charter schools allow new students in by lottery. And as I have explained the lotteries, when the lottery goes on, everybody cries. People cry when the kid gets in, and they cry when the kid doesn't. Last year, we had 80 applicants for 8 spaces. Now, I took Economics 401 at the University of New Hampshire a long time ago. Supply and demand rules have not changed. They have not changed. One of the reasons that we only had 8 spots is because of the, I think it's in the legislation, is that if you have a sibling in school, the new sibling jumps the line because it makes sense not to have kids going to different places. We had 17 siblings join our school. If that's not a testimony that we're providing an education that parents like, I think it is. What happens to Polaris? Our electric bill goes up. Our heating bill goes up. Our salaries have to go up. We're in competition every day with the traditional public schools in terms of salaries. And here's the place that we have no shot of making equal. We can't provide the benefits that the public schools do. We can't provide the level of health insurance for a teacher and their family. We can't provide the retirement benefits to do. So we always lose a spectacular teacher to the regular public school system. We lost one last week who got a tremendous deal from the city of Manchester, and she was a great, great teacher. So we're in competition. Without additional funding, we're really in tough shape for competition. We have to find people who believe in our mission and can afford to believe in our mission in terms of benefits. So I would strongly support the bill. I will tell you about the success of the Polaris Public Charter School. We just got rechartered the second time. So we've been in existence for 10 years. I've been involved for about the last 4 or 5. We got rechartered, and the Department of Education told some of the other people that were charter schools to hang around, listen to this presentation, see why these guys are successful. We fundraise, and thank you all very much. We fundraise through charitable gaming. Charitable game, we're 503c. We get charitable gaming money. It's spectacular. Because of the amount of charitable gaming money, and because our landlord, a wonderful man who bought the 3 buildings from the Diocese of Manchester, knocked the steeple off the church and put in offices and apartments. The rectory he refitted and gave, didn't sell, gave to CASA. In the public school, which was empty, when he bought it, a high member of the diocese said to John Alberico, boy, wouldn't it be great if this could be a school again? It is. It's a great school, K through 5. I hope you support it. But because we had the money, and because we had such a generous landlord, we bought the building. We're here to stay. We need your help to stay, but we're here to stay. And I thank you very much for your attention and be glad to take any questions.
Thank you very much. I do have a question for you. Within the statute, you are able to have these fundraising type activities and receive grant money from various folks and organizations. What percentage of your budget is dependent upon that money?
Right now, I'd say 8%, 9%.
Thank you. Are there further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking my question. Welcome. Sounds like a great success story. Is there a theme or philosophy of Polaris versus other charter schools? And what is the?
Well, if you really want to see, I brought the visual aid,
Well,
but we have a mission.
We would love to see them.
But we have a mission.
That other question.
And the mission is, which we say every day before our trustee meeting, our mission is to create a joyful and exciting learning community for intellectually curious elementary age children. Through an engaging inquiry-based curriculum, our students will develop the ability to communicate effectively, work collaboratively, think critically, and excel academically. Our program fosters creativity and development of social and emotional skills, instilling a positive attitude about future studies and ensuring students are well prepared for the challenges of an ever-changing world.
Okay.
And we do that through a curriculum of project-based learning.
Okay. The other question. Project-based learning. Okay.
Follow up?
Yes, sir. If I may, thank you. And how many teachers in your staff?
About 9,
And how many certified teachers?
about half.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Cornell?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. It's K through 5. Where do you know where they go for grade 6 and beyond, or?
I don't. I know some kids go to Founders.
Okay.
Some kids go to Creva. Some kids go back into the traditional public school. We used to be K through 6, but with middle school starting at 5, we found that it's better to have the kids start with a new group rather than stay with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Megan Tuttle, NEA New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Oh, there we go. Sorry. Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Megan Tuttle, here representing NEA New Hampshire. I'm the president for NEA New Hampshire. We represent more than 17,000 educators across the state of New Hampshire. I'll be very quick here. I do have written testimony to hand in. House Bill 272 institutes a 50% increase in the portion of state aid given to charters that are approved by the State Board of Education, which almost all, if not all, I think, are run that way. I don't believe there's any charters that are locally funded or approved at this point. There were, but I don't think there are anymore. Our opposition to this bill just stems from the proposal being suggested is that it's being suggested before we solve other problems that we really think need to be solved before this should be instituted. The National Education Association issues a series of rankings each year that it's among the states in a variety of areas. One is the local aid to states, or I'm sorry, the state aid to local schools. In the 2022 report, as a percentage of school revenue, New Hampshire once again ranked 49th in the country for the 2021 school year, ahead of only Missouri in the least amount of aid given. This proposal we really just feel is a little premature. One of the reasons for that, and there's more in the written, is we still have nearly 160,000 students whose traditional public schools live under that ranking of 49th in the state aid. That affects the communities most adversely who struggle with poverty, below average property values. We need to fix that before we start to seek changes to the state board approved charter funding figures. Doing so, if we were to fix that first, that would have the potential to help our public charter schools as well as traditional public schools, since they both receive the base adequacy funding in the same way. I'll take questions.
Thank you very much. If in fact you see us passing legislation which would increase aid for the traditional public school system and for the public charter schools, would you be supportive of this bill?
I think I would want to wait to see what that increase would be before I could give a blanket yes or no on that.
Thank you. Questions from the committee, Representative Lakis.
Perhaps I'm wrong, but it sounds like you're giving preference to traditional public schools as opposed to charter public schools. They're both public schools. I'm wondering why you want to help one before you're willing to help the other.
We want to help both, but they're funded a little differently, right? Traditional public schools go through local property taxes to get the extra funding to reach the, average amount of $19,000 that it is to cost to educate a child in New Hampshire. Raising the adequacy for both would help both. So we do want to help both, but they are funded different, so we need to fix the funding system, is what we believe.
Further questions from the committee?
Thank you.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this committee over this session has heard testimony a number of times about traditional public schools that they're not currently adequately funded where they're at, and we need to do something to help them. And without getting into the formula itself, just looking at the amount of money schools are actually receiving on a per pupil basis, if my math is correct, it appears that charter public schools are receiving at least half, if not less, on a per student basis than traditional public schools are as of right now. So is it reasonable to think that charter public schools can operate on that basis when there's clearly been testimony that regular public schools can't operate on a much higher funded basis?
Thank you for the question. I don't think either public charters or traditional public charters, or I'm sorry, traditional public schools can operate on the adequacy money given to them by the state. And that's part of the issue, is the way the schools are funded doesn't work. Neither one of the types of schools can operate or educate a child on $3,700 that the state says is adequate. The other money that comes in is funded differently. Some's funded by property taxes. Charter schools do it through their board, through their budgets, et cetera, because they're approved by the State Board of Education, not by a local district. There were charter schools. PACE, for example, was a locally funded one. I wasn't involved in the specifics, so I'm not sure why it's not in operation anymore. Charter schools do have the option of being funded locally, but to my knowledge, none are. But that's up to the towns or the cities to do that. So I don't think either one, they all get the same adequacy base rate, and then additional on top of, for whatever charter schools do get additional money per student than traditional public schools get. Traditional public schools get the tax dollar. So, if we're talking about just the state aid that goes to them, I don't think either one is adequate. I don't think either one is adequately funded.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Are there further questions? No, yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, how are you? How many teachers in public school that teach in the classroom have to be certified and licensed?
All of them.
All of them. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Kimberly LaValle? Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for taking the time to listen. My name is Kimberly LaValle. I'm from Mount Vernon, New Hampshire, and I'm here to speak in favor of HB 272. I will try not to duplicate what has been said. I currently serve on 3 New Hampshire public charter school boards, and the constant question is, what is our funding going to be and how are we going to make the budget work? How much fundraising do we need to pay the bills? As everybody knows, we've been hit hard. Inflation's up over 7%. We just switched health insurance carriers for 3 of the schools, and that was to support an attempt anyway to drive down the cost and maintain quality benefits. 7338 this year is simply not enough. We just heard the schools can't traditional public schools can't function at over 19,000. We provide everything with the exception of the transportation, and special education is funded from the sending district. We handle the 504s. Everything else falls to the public charter schools. We are public schools, and we need to be able to take care of our teachers, our staff. Most importantly, provide the education, follow our mission that we've promised the State Board of Education when we were approved. I would like to touch on something that hasn't been brought up, but I heard it's getting tossed around out there and it came to my attention. The 10 lowest performing schools in the state of New Hampshire included 7 charter schools. And I know that's been mentioned somewhere along the way and other people are discussing it. I think it's worth noting beyond that headline that 5 of those schools were created to support students who are at risk of dropping out or dropped out. So I think we should be applauding those schools, supporting those schools, and more importantly, supporting the students that attend those schools that have made a commitment to go back and finish their education and take an active place in the New Hampshire workforce, which we all know, we hear about it, we read about it, we're having trouble finding people. So just keep that in mind when you hear those numbers. 5 of the 7 are intended to support those students, and they're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Deborah Howes. AFT New Hampshire, welcome.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman Ladd and members of the Education Committee. I want to thank you for listening to my testimony today. And I will not repeat everything that's been said. I'm here to speak in opposition to HB 272, not because of any dislike for charter schools, but because it does not apply to all public schools. So if this bill were saying to raise the funding for all public schools, I would be speaking in favor of it. I want to be clear, an extra $1,000 in adequacy aid or grants to all public schools would go a long way. We all have electricity costs, heating costs, benefits costs that have gone up in recent years, and it is hard to retain qualified staff to teach our students, and all of our students deserve a great education. As previous speakers have noted, there are costs that remain with the traditional public school district, even when a student's family chooses to put them in a charter school and they're lucky enough to get the lottery placement. The traditional public school district still carries the cost of special education in their budget. They still carry the cost of transportation for students who live within the boundaries of the district. So when you are comparing the per pupil cost in a district school to a charter school, you do need to remember that those numbers stay with the traditional school district. And just a couple more numbers. There are over 160,000 students going to traditional public schools or neighborhood public schools. And there are currently about 5,500 going to charter schools. They all deserve a great education. And if we want to increase the funding for all of them, that is what we should be talking about. We should not lose sight of those 160,000 students to focus on just bettering one group of students. And that is all I have to say. That's why I'm opposing this particular bill right now.
Thank you very much. Other questions from the committee,
I
Representative
will
Lucas?
take a question. I don't know if I'll have the answer.
Thank you very much. Can you tell me what the average cost per pupil of transportation and special ed is?
Actually, I do not have those numbers, so I'm not going to try and give you a figure because I don't want to be inaccurate. I can do a little research and look it up. An average cost for special ed is actually very misleading because you can have special ed services that do not cost very much
I
because the student doesn't
understand
need
that.
much, and you can have special ed services that cost a great deal because a student needs a highly specialized program, such as one figure that leaps to mind is Perkins School for the blind, where it's an out-of-district placement and it can cost over $100,000 a year. So it's going to vary greatly, and an average is misleading. As for transportation, I would have to get some figures for you, but I can try and follow up on that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just as a note, we do have finance from DOE here. And
Maybe
Mark's-
they know the answer.
Yeah, and what I'm saying to the committee here, if you have technical questions such as that, hold them off and you write them down for yourself. And we can ask Mark at the end as to that. So I don't think you have to worry about getting that information to us.
Okay.
We'll get it in that other direction.
Yeah.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'd like to invite Beth McClure.
Good morning, Chairman Ladd and House Education members. My name, for the record, is Beth McClure. I am one of the founders and principal at Strong Foundations Charter School. This is our 16th year, and it's also the 16th year that I've been principal and had to make budgets for our charter school. Our mission is to bring Orton Gillingham education to all children in order to improve reading scores and also to incorporate the core knowledge curriculum from E.D. Hirsch so that our students get a good, solid background in their education. We have a further mission to do outreach with traditional public schools and private schools to train teachers in Orton Gillingham. I have done that and reached out and trained teachers in over 20 different district public schools in New Hampshire. We have a good relationship with our districts, and so I'm not trying to minimize what the people who have been speaking in opposition for the bill have said. However, I think it's a false argument to say that we need to wait to increase the state contribution to charter schools because that is all we get. We only get the state aid. Because we are statewide, we are unable to collect any property taxes when we are approved by the State Board of Education. I would quickly echo that it's very difficult to hang on to teachers when we cannot provide the benefits or come close to the salaries that the traditional public schools offer. And it breaks my heart to have to make an offer to a teacher that I know is a challenge for them to meet. But we do manage to hold on to our teachers because they appreciate our mission, and we still do lose several each year because we can't compete. So I would speak in favor of the bill because that $1,500 is an immediate need so that we can begin to hold on to our teachers in this tight teaching market. That is the end of my testimony, so I don't duplicate.
Thank you very much, Beth. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. Three questions for you. How many students do you serve? What is your budget? And what percent of that budget do you do in fundraising? Thank you.
We have a little over 320 students. Our budget is about $2.5 million. And we are only a very small portion of our budget is through fundraising because of the amount of work that we put in just trying to run the school. Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Corneli?
I'll pass him.
Okay, okay.
His question.
Are there further questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you.
Representative Clayton Wood? Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for letting me speak and address this board, or committee, I should say. I wasn't originally going to testify today, but I find myself at a unique position to do so. My name is Representative Wood. I represent Merrimack District 13, Pittsfield, and Chichester. I served on the school board in Pittsfield, and I've been trying to improve the traditional public school for over 15 years, being involved with every board, every committee, every asset of Pittsfield High School. A year ago, I didn't know anything about charter schools, and I went from there to being on the advisory team, starting at full disclosure, starting at public charter school in Malvern, the Benjamin Franklin Academy. During this process, I've been given the opportunity to visit several charter schools, and I want to tell you, they are amazing. If you have not been there, you need to go to a charter school and see the difference, and it's a huge difference. I said I wouldn't talk long, so I'll stick to that. I believe in bang for the buck. I'm a conservative person. I don't believe in just spending money. I've worked through the budgets of a traditional school board, and I know what I can do with $1,500 there. Trust me, I can do a lot more from what I've seen in the charter schools. There's incredible bang for the buck. They haven't gotten an increase. The overall process is a huge saving for the state, and the sooner we get people to understand that, the better. I think the state board did a really good job putting the putting the RSA together that allows the start of a charter school, a public charter school. In there's a provision to do conversions of regular schools. And again, this is outside, I apologize, this is outside of the frame of this conversation, but I do suggest that the board looks at the good that's been done there, how it translates to the charter school. The flexibility we have in putting Benjamin Franklin together is amazing. It's a flexibility I never ever seen in the public school systems for all the years I spent there. So, and again, I'm a parent. I wish I could say I was a papa bear, but I don't come close to the mama bears. But I do have a lot of experience with the school system. I have a PhD. I'm planning on teaching at Benjamin Franklin without a certification because I'm allowed to do it. I have a PhD from MIT. I think it qualifies me to do that in both physics and chemistry. So these type of flexibilities are definitely what the state needs to look at, and it's right in your backyard. There's over 30 of them. I think there's 5 more that were approved. We were recently approved on December 8th of this year, the day after I was sworn in. So there were 2 amazing days of my life. So with that, I'll open my this to any questions. And again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to address this board.
Thank you, Representative. Are there questions? Yes, Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. You mentioned in your testimony the charter conversion factor that can be in play, converting a public school to a charter public school. Is that the case of the Benjamin Franklin Academy? And are you aware of any schools in the state that have transitioned from a public school to a public charter school under the charter conversion?
It's a great question, and actually.
But we're not going to go there because that's off. We do know that charter conversion, we passed that bill last year to change the process for getting into a charter conversion. We had one that's no longer in the state, so we have no charter conversions in the state right now to answer that. But let's stick to this particular question, which we're dealing with the funding for charters, please, so we can get done. We have a number of cards left here. Further questions? Thank you very much. We have another MIT graduate on this board right here, or on this committee, so, but not here today. There's a vacant chair.
I have met him, and he's not here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Fred Ward? Oh, is it? Are you related to our senator?
We tend to hang out together.
Okay. Senator Ward is chair of Senate Ed.
Since an MIT degree is supposed to be something, I have 3 degrees from MIT, and I am having the biggest fight of my life because I'm not happy with what they're doing with education. So I have very mixed feelings about this whole thing. My name is Fred Ward. I live in Stoddard. I'm a meteorologist. I've spent a lot of time, a lot of energy, and a lot of money because I'm one of the founders of the Lionheart Classical Academy, which we started 4 months ago in Peterborough. Now, I don't ever expect to get the money back, but I sure would love to get the energy back if I could out of one of my 6 daughters. But that remains to be seen. I don't want to discuss money. I'd love to, but others have done a nice job with that. I think that dollar for dollar, we don't have to have much of an argument. I would like to make one very important choice, and in many ways, it's more important than the money. What we're really doing here is to try to even up the way that public charter schools, in this sense, compete with public schools. When we started this, we were shooting for 150 students, and we were way oversubscribed. So we raised it to 200 students, and we still are oversubscribed. Now, I'll make the argument that we could put more money into both the public school or in the public charter schools or in private schools or whatever. But the most important thing here is what we hear from the parents of the kids who are sending them to our school. They love the choice. Are they making good choices? I wish I always made good choices. I hope I made mostly ones, but my daughters would sometimes disagree. This is not about money. Well, it is about money, but in a sense it's not. It's about evening it up so that we can afford, we meaning charter school people, can afford to offer to potential students a choice. It's up to them to make the choice. They may be right, they may be wrong, and I certainly haven't made all my good choices, but I would like to have that. And I think that that's the only message I want to have. All of this is about is evening up so that the parents of the kids, all of whom believe they're helping the kids. I certainly believe that, but they don't always agree. It's to help the kids and the parents to have a choice. I think that's the key. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Mr. Ward? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to invite Bob Best. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee for the opportunity to be here. My name is Bob Best.
You can press the button on the silver button.
There you go.
Red. Okay, better. Sorry about that. I'll start over. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee for the opportunity to be here. My name is Bob Best. I'm from Merrimack, New Hampshire. I am also on the chair on the board of several charter schools. I'm the chair of the board of the Founders Academy in Manchester, and I'm the treasurer on the board of Spark Academy, also in Manchester, and also worked with a foundation that has been created to offer some knowledge exchange among startups for charter schools to know sort of how to get things going and how to do all of the things that you need to do, because most of the time charter schools are initiated by a group of parents who have an idea and then they need a lot more knowledge to convert that idea into running a school. I am a big supporter of school choice. That's why I spend so much time. I spend hundreds of hours of my own time volunteering for charter schools, offering to help them out all over the place. I also do some with my law practice. I'm an attorney at Soloway and Hollis. But school choice is incredibly important, and it doesn't mean that you have to choose a charter school. I have 4 kids. They all went to the Merrimack Public Schools, and they all did fine. Sometimes public schools, traditional public schools, are the right fit for students, and sometimes they're not. And that's why one of the great things about charter schools and the idea of school choice is that for certain students, you can isolate and focus on a STEM school, or a music-based school, or a classic-based school, or a history-based school. And sometimes the classrooms are a little smaller, but always the focus is a little bit more tailored to a mission. And you can have some success with some students that might not have had success in another environment. I know that there's been a lot of discussion with sort of the comparing and contrasting of traditional public schools and charter schools, and I'd like to avoid that a little bit. I don't know that it's an apples to apples comparison. The schools really do quite a lot different things and do it in a different way. The existing funding for charter schools, which all comes from the state at $7,400-ish, amounts to about $41 a day per student. Through the course of the year. If this bill passes, that would increase to $50 a day per student. And I think that should give you some perspective on the value that you get out of a charter school. $40 or $50 a day, if you were going to hire a babysitter for your kid, you wouldn't get through the whole day on $50 or $40 a day just for that. And to actually convert all of that into a real education with teachers, with guidance counselors, with all of the other things that go on, providing a comprehensive curriculum as best you can, is real value in charter schools. I think that to some extent, we know that we will have a different funding stream than traditional public schools, and to some extent that makes us make different and sometimes good decisions, which are also learning opportunities for the students. So for example, if we try to offer a class and not enough students sign up to make the class go, much in the way a college would do, we might have to change the schedule and not offer that class if there's not enough people to make the class viable. And for our students in our community to realize that we're making those kinds of value judgments and we're spending the money as wisely as we can is important. Sometimes we have campaigns for supplies. Copy paper is donated to the school all the time because it's part of what's necessary to support it. Parents that donate school supplies and all of those kinds of things. And although we'd love to be able to have a little bit of extra money for those things, the campaign to the community that says we want and need those donations is important, and it shows them again that we have value for how we spend and receive their money. But nevertheless, as much as we can learn from being frugal and being as efficient as possible, we still are at a place where the budget and the financing is very, very thin. We're not able to pay our teachers comparable to what a traditional public school or a private school would do. We don't offer the same kind of benefits that they do. Although we do our best to provide benefits, it isn't equivalent. We don't have the same broad array of classes that are available in other traditional public schools, even just sort of basic science equipment. I can remember we had a Donors Choose campaign, which is sort of like GoFundMe, but for a different source. But a Donors Choose campaign to have some science equipment. We wanted to have a seismograph in our school, and a teacher, showed the initiative and went through the effort of doing it. And those things are great and they're real successes for the community, but at the same time, I think a public school ought to be able to buy its equipment for its science labs and its classrooms and things, and be able to afford it. I don't have a whole lot more to add to the discussion than that. I know that, again, there's been some comparisons between traditional public schools. They're fantastic, and we would never, show up and listen and weigh in on a funding bill for them and say, don't vote for it. They're the right choice for certain students, and charter schools are a great choice. Every student in New Hampshire should have a choice, right? If this school isn't right for them, they'd have another opportunity to try something different. So that's my testimony here today. I'd be glad to answer any questions that you have, if you have any.
Thank you, Attorney Best. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Attorney Best, for being here. I was wondering about the financial stability of the two charters you're involved in as my first question.
Sure. So Founders Academy has a fairly strong financial position because it's gotten to the point that it's got 430 to 450 students and a budget of over $3 million. But nevertheless, there's constant pressures. I know that throughout education, not just in charter schools, but throughout education, COVID put a tremendous amount of pressure on teachers. There's a huge shift in teachers leaving the profession. And so you've got to do something to take pressure off of teachers, and all of those initiatives that you would take would cost you some money, and when the budget is all used up, you really don't have the latitude to do those kinds of things. So I don't think that the school is in risk of closing, but every year there's more and more struggles with how do you find a new teacher because one of your teachers left, retired, or left teaching altogether, that sort of thing. Spark Academy, the other one is a lot different. Spark Academy is a partnership on the campus of Manchester Community College where students will get college credit while they're going through high school, and it's a much smaller student body. And it relies heavily on private fundraising. I think that they spend something like $11,000 or $12,000 per student, but only have $7,300 or $7,400 from the state. So the rest is gap filled with private donations, and the school has to dedicate a lot of time to that. So,
Thank you. Follow-up question?
Thank you. Maybe I'll ask about Founders rather than Sparks, but what would be the impact on the local public schools and the taxpayers if, let's say, Founders were to run into financial difficulty and have to close?
Well, let's knock on wood and hope that that never happens. But hypothetically, when a charter school closes, the State Department of Education would probably be involved as early as they could be to try to create a soft landing for however that played out, so that it wasn't immediate or abrupt. But let's suppose it was abrupt, and you realize you can't make payroll. We're closing in 4 days. All of those students have to be pushed back into the traditional public schools, transferring records, finding schedules, and reintegrating into those schools. Founders Academy draws from 20 towns, mostly Manchester, but 20 towns surrounding it. And I'm sure it would be quite an impact on them. Obviously, their funding system is what it is, and they've got taxing authority and federal funds and state funds. And I don't really even understand their funding formula completely, so I can't really comment on what the financial impact might be, good, bad, or otherwise.
Thank you. Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here and presenting your testimony. Just two questions. First, what is the curriculum for Founders, one? And secondly, of the budget, how much of that is through fundraising? Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. So the curriculum Founders is a classical education model with a focus on studying the founders that are mentioned in the name are the founders of our country. Great men and women in history, and learning through classical education focused on leadership and character and those sorts of things. A very civics-minded school. But it also has, computer classes and science classes and all those kinds of things as well, because you need to these days. Let's see, your second question was?
Fundraising, how much?
Fundraising. It has been actually a bit better recently, but it probably ends up being around $40,000 or $50,000 a year on a $3 million budget. So it's less than 10%. Actually, it's less than 5% or a couple percentage points anyway. I'm not doing my math in my head. I don't have the MIT degree. I guess Tulane isn't the same.
Thank you. Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Representative Ladd, and thank you for your presentation as well as the other presenters. Just to inform the committee before, I don't know if you're the right person to answer my question, but I did serve on a public charter board of trustees for 4 years and actually presented at national conference on its successes. In the North Country Charter Academy, which Representative Ladd is very familiar with, was actually formed and opened by public school superintendents, but the superintendents in the school districts do not operate it. It's independent. So it's a very different model. But my question is, charter schools have different grade levels, and I don't know how many have the high school level program. And if you know that number, or somebody knows that number, what is the percentage of the graduation rate? Because graduation at a public charter school is probably one of the most exciting days of the year, because those kids did not succeed in traditional public. So I don't know if you have that information.
I know that both of the charter schools that I'm on the board of have a high school. Spark is entirely a high school, and Founders is 5th grade through 12th grade. And so it has a high school. I don't know what percentage of all charter schools are high schools versus middle schools and elementary schools. Some of them are as much as K through 12, or at least they have the ambition to be. But you're right, graduation day is a pretty fantastic thing. And one of the real privileges that I've had from being involved in charter schools as the chair of Founders Academy is every single diploma we've issued has my signature on it. I sign a lot of things. I'm a lawyer. I'm a planning board member. There's nothing more important in the world than signing somebody's diploma for them. This year, Founders Academy has 14 seniors. And I think when we did our board meeting 2 weeks ago, we have a wall where we show the colleges that they've been accepted to. 20 college acceptances for the 14 students so far, and we're still working on it. And so fantastic results for that. I don't know if I've ever calculated whether what our graduation rate is. I'm sure it's close to 100%, because I can't think of too many students who have gotten that far and didn't succeed. Maybe 1 or 2 here and there. But it's a very high graduation rate and a lot of success getting into colleges. And for some charter schools, Founders Academy included, we don't necessarily insist that a college is the only path for somebody. If career or technical education is the right thing for a student, that's a victory and a success too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further
Thanks.
questions, Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Good morning, Attorney.
Thank you.
Spark Academy.
Yes.
How many students about?
Let's see. It's got its senior year this year. It's probably about 60 to 80, something like that. Students.
And these
something
are all,
like that.
These are all, may I, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. These are all youngsters who have at some point dropped out of the public school. You said these are at-risk youngsters.
No, these are not dropped out from public schools. These are students who've chosen to come there based on what Spark offers. But it's a very STEM-based school on the campus of Manchester Community
Oh,
College.
okay. I'm sorry. I thought I heard you say it was an at-risk school. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Sabiki?
Further questions for, thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you for the chance to be here. And I guess I didn't say the one thing that's most important is I support this bill, and I hope you do too.
We got that. Okay, the next person is Jennifer Cava.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jen Cava.
Excuse me.
Can you, yeah. There you go.
Can you hear me now? Oh, yes. Okay. My name is Jen Cava. I am from New Boston. I'm here, much to my own surprise, had not expected to speak today on in support of this bill. But I think if I didn't, it would be a missed opportunity. And I would drive away regretting. I am the daughter of 2 public school teachers. I have a decade of teaching in traditional public schools all over New England, middle schools and high schools. I'm a certified teacher. I'm a certified school principal. And I'm also the director of the Academy for Science and Design. I have been the director of the Academy for Science and Design chartered public school for the last 12 years. ASD is in its 16th year of operation. We are a STEM-focused school serving students in grades 6 through 12. We serve students from 29 different communities. 7% of our kiddos are English language learners. 14% of our kiddos are on a 504 accommodation plan. And we also have, I believe, 5% of our students are special education students. So we are 54% of our school is non-white. The reason that I bring up those demographics is because ASD also is listed as the #1 school in New Hampshire, middle school and high school by U.S. News and World Report. And that's one metric, right? But we've also demonstrated success using a lot of other different rubrics, like the National Blue Ribbon Award from the U.S. Department of Education, the Eddy School of Excellence given here in New Hampshire. Our school has a very dedicated mission to engaging, inspiring, and nurturing young people to pursue careers in college in STEM, in science and technology. And so the lens that I want to speak with you about, in addition to all of the funding models and the discussion that goes along with all of that, is the fact that we're running a highly successful STEM-focused charter school that has a role in this state to help improve the STEM workforce here in New Hampshire. That's something that I think we can all agree is a very valuable and important thing for us to be doing. I just returned from a board meeting. I sit on the National Consortium of Secondary STEM Schools. It's a national board, a national organization where all of these leaders from all of these STEM schools come together and they talk about what they're doing in different parts of the country. And it was very insightful because one of the first things that jumped out at me was the tremendous disparity in the amount of money that these different schools, charter schools, public charter schools, private schools, and so on, and traditional schools all around the country that are focused on STEM. Our school was at the very, very, very bottom of the pile in terms of the amount of money spent per student. And that's a significant issue. Running a STEM school on $7,300 something is really challenging. We can't put the materials in the hands of the kids that they need to do the work that we all want them to be doing, so that they go off into college and career and build great futures here for our state. We have been successful in doing the work that we've been doing with our kids, and people will say, "Well, geez, if you were able to be that successful with the amount of money that you're currently working with, then why do you need more?" And I would say to you that the reason that we have been successful is truly we are running on passion. We're running on passion. We don't have the funding to really support our teachers. So I see them, leaving our school and going off to do second jobs and third jobs. And I know that's not unusual to charter schools. The same thing is true, for all of our educators, all of our public school teachers. But we're doing so without even really being able to offer competitive salaries even as compared to a public school teacher in a traditional district. They don't really have a retirement plan. Our insurance is not so great. Just that alone, asking those individuals to come in, over 50% of whom are certified teachers, and I believe very strongly in continuing that work. We have a lot of teachers who are in the pipeline who came from industry who are interested in becoming certified teachers here in the state. But it's very hard for us to hold on to them. It's very hard for them to hold on to their jobs without even being at a competitive salary level to a traditional public school teacher. Our families are running on passion because they have to tolerate fundraising emails from me all the time. They have to come in to sub for their kids' classes. Well, they don't have to, but they choose to, right? So we're able to make a lot of things work because of passion. Our students, we have classrooms that don't have walls. We added doors to some classrooms a few years ago over Christmas vacation, and you would have thought that, the hallways were lined in gold. Everybody was so excited. But we've asked our students to also kind of run on this passion and to deal with shared equipment at a level that is we've had to say no to kids who want to do really great senior projects because we can't afford to put the tools in their hands. So this, what I believe to be a reasonable, modest increase would be a game changer for our school. And so thank you for hearing me.
Thank
today.
you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the work you're doing, because obviously it's having an impact. Two questions. One, what I've asked others, what percent of your budget is through fundraising, which you've mentioned? And also, would you outline the partnerships that you have with industry, particularly on your particular school? Thank you.
Absolutely. So we run on about a $3.8 million budget. We're serving 525 kids. We are actually approved recently to actually expand to a 5th grade program in the fall. So we're excited about getting students at an even younger age involved in STEM education. And our fundraising percentage is about just a little under 5%. We bring in anywhere from about $150,000 to $200,000 on a good year, closer to $200,000, and those are mostly there's some grants associated with that, and then also just family giving and corporate giving. So. The second part of your question, thank you for that. A huge part of our strategic plan is our corporate engagement. We look to, so 100% of our graduates complete an internship. And very often in some type of STEM field. So we have, we have students who, a lot of students who complete internships through BAE. I mean, BAE is incredible in terms of the programs that they have established that serve charter schools and traditional district schools and private schools. They're a model to follow, I think, in a lot of ways. But we also have, the local veterinarian who has kids assisting with surgeries. The local dentist who came in and saw a need for our students to have, he's a chemistry guy, and so he built a lab for our chemistry students. We do a tremendous amount of outreach to several local businesses, to have people come in to present to our kids. Anything from the physics of fountain pens to the science behind elections. So there's a lot of people who we can get in to work with our students and do that sort of thing. The next phase is really to formalize a process where we're able to get information from our local industry leaders to find out what skills and talents they want to see in their workforce coming up. So we're working on that now with our academic committee to start building that relationship.
Before we go on with more questions, we're going to lose the technical support from the Department of Education if we don't get them up here quickly. They have to be in finance right now. And so are there any more questions for the current presenter?
Yes.
Yes, Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for being here. Two quick questions that relate to feeding students. Do you know what percentage of your students would qualify for free and reduced price lunches under the U.S. Department of Agriculture guidelines? And two, how do you handle feeding?
Thank you for that. We send out at the beginning of the school year, just like every other school, a request for students to report on free reduced lunch. We are very aware that there is a need for a group of our students. I would say we are probably at about, probably like 3%, maybe 3 to 5% of our students who are reporting as free reduced lunch. That's the official number. The real number, the real day-to-day number, is we have several other students that we just provide lunch for because we know that there is a need. We have students that, and so if I were to I would say that number would increase. We probably have 20 to 30 students who we're providing things for. Anything from a laptop. We have a great program through the United Way in Nashua, so we're able to take care of some of our kiddos that way. We have served a couple of homeless students in the past. I would say that it is it's something that we feel very strongly about, making sure that those kids have equal access to everything. So if it's a field trip, they're on the field trip, Yeah.
Good. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank you very much.
Yep. I'd like to call forward the Department of Education. Mark, you're here. Mark Manganiello.
For the record, Mark Manganiello, Department of Education, Office of School Finance. I'm here if anyone has any questions and needs technical assistance.
Representative Lekes.
Thank you for coming forward to answer my question. So we've heard that the difference between a traditional public school and a charter public school is that the traditional the sending the resident district still has to pay for transportation and special ed. But we also know that there's a lot of special ed that's covered by the state and other things. So I'm wondering if you know what the average cost for that transportation for a traditional public school and the average cost that a traditional public school actually pays, from the school as opposed to by the state for special ed.
I don't off the top of my head or maybe I could do some quick math on the state revenue versus local revenue, but I'll just give you a couple numbers. Just some really rough math. Transportation is about $1,000 per student. Okay. Getting into the details and coming up with a methodology that's really precise is challenging because we would have to know all the tuition agreements and which one's sending and do a lot of analytical work to go, is this cost necessarily associated with this student and is this student moving there? So I just did a rough math of what is the district spending on transportation versus the students they serve. But it can get a lot more complicated than that. But for a ballpark figure, $1,000.
That's all I need is a ballpark.
For special education, we talked a lot about how special education costs can vary. One particular student could have low needs or one particular student could have high needs, but on average, the state spend in district public schools is $27,000 per student.
Okay.
As far as local,
27,000?
$27,000 per student in a SPED student, per a SPED student. I'd have to do some more math to say how much of that is state money, federal money, or local money. I believe I've done that analysis before. I just don't have it off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Mark, I'll follow up to that. Are you including in the special ed costs, the old CAT aid?
Yes, this is the expenditure side, not the revenue side. So it includes all SPED expenditures. So even sending to a placement.
So then we're really putting the high end $250,000 student into this average.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Yes, Representative Balboni.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mark, for taking my question. There's been a lot of talk about the state funding formula and the adequacy. And just for my own clarity, what I'm trying to figure out is what is exactly the difference between the amount of money that would be given from the state to a traditional public school versus what's given to a charter school?
So that is a lot of different ways to answer that question. So there's kind of a uniform funding formula for each charter. That uniform funding formula is the for fiscal year 24, it's going to be $3,866 in base aid. A charter is getting that base aid. Also, a district school is getting that base aid. Then we have the differential aid, which is additional add-ons if the student's FNR, SPED, ELL, third grade reading. But just to do apples to apples, and it's hard to do apples to apples when you're talking about charters and districts, but to do our best, the base aid is equivalent across in the funding formula for both charters and districts. Then charters have something called an additional grant, which this legislation is looking to amend. The additional grant, when you add on the additional grant for charters in fiscal year 24, if we talk about 23, it results in, so base plus additional grant, it results in $7,338 per student. And for fiscal year 24, it's going to be CPI adjusted $7,400. So $7,500 is kind of the, not dealing with demographic information, that is the base aid and additional grant for charters. Now, when we look at districts, it really depends on the community. So all districts are getting base aid for educating students, but some districts have, it gets very complicated. Some districts have stabilization grants, some districts have relief aid, some districts have extraordinary needs grant, some districts have additional SWEPT revenue that goes above and beyond the cost of inadequate education. When you look at the whole statewide picture for all districts, on average, the state aid per pupil for all districts is around $6,000. I don't have the exact number, but it's around $6,000. It's less than that $7,500, but it really varies. So some districts have, I think we could talk about Waterville Valley. I don't know what the number of the, yeah. A really large number, 40,000, because their excess SWEPT 40,000 per pupil, and some districts are closer to that $4,000 number.
Follow up?
Just a quick follow-up. So basically, the money from one student in, say, my district is going to the traditional school, that amount of money isn't exactly the same if that same student decided to go to a charter school, correct?
The state funding would be different. The formula is different.
Yes. Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mark, for being here. Just a simple question. In the fiscal note, it notes that this, if it were to pass, was a 7.5 million increase. What it doesn't deal with, though, is that if within this year you have more charter schools that are opened up, which is the goal of the State Board of Education, that figure then would be much higher if, in fact, additional charter schools would be authorized. Is that correct?
If in charter, the number used to get up with that to get this number is the first day counts for the start of school year 23. So if in fiscal year 24 charter enrollment increases, then this number would increase.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. The district community public schools are responsible for providing transportation for charter schools. How much money do you think is on the average that a district school? I mean, that would be hard, but let's say a place like Manchester, what do you think they're putting forward for transportation for charter schools?
I don't have that information, but I can research that.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering what the department's position would be on, if we look at the Supreme Court decision on which these adequacy funding formulas were based. If I remember correctly, the exact wording of the Supreme Court was something to the effect of the calculation will be based on funding from both state and local monies. So when we're looking at charter public schools that are being funded currently just out of state funding, and then similarly with EFAs, would it be the opinion of the department that we are within the bounds of that Supreme Court decision, despite the fact that there's no local money being mixed in with this, it's only state?
I'm not aware of that particular question, that particular constitutional question involving charters coming up. And so I can only rely on case law that's been codified. So, and I'm also not a lawyer, so I can't really opine on that at all. But I'm not aware of any case law that really would help guide you in the right direction into understanding that whether there's a problem there or not, or legal risk or not.
Thank you.
Further questions of the department? Not seen. Thank you very much, Mark. Have a good day. We have one card left here. It looks like George. George, you're going to have to help me with your last name here, spelling. That's okay.
First name's Jorge.
Okay, Jorge. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. So my name's Jorge Santana. I am
Can you turn the red button? Thank you.
There we go. Can you hear me now? Yeah. All right. So my name's Jorge Santana. I am a clinical social worker by trade, and I have been doing macro work, which is doing designing programming for young people and families for over a decade now. I came up to New Hampshire to turn around a charter school that I worked at for 3 years, and am currently now working on starting a new charter school. And we've talked a lot about numbers, but I did just kind of want to talk about young people and families for a couple of minutes, and I'm happy to answer any questions afterwards. I guess for, just in sharing a little bit, I did not have a great high school experience. I had experienced some trauma and had no other option. There was only one game in town, and that resulted in me dropping out of high school. I fortunately later on found another program and became the first in my family to graduate college and then to go on and get a master's degree. So I just want to say that for me, really, again, we've talked about choice, but I would just, put the idea out there that in a lot of places in our state, you only have one option. So if you've been assaulted, physically, sexually, if you have been bullied, if you have had a number of reasons which I was dealing with young people who were coming to my school, you are forced to stay in that environment. And if you choose not to go, the state can be sent to your house to force you to attend. And I just think that when we talk about young people, families, we do talk a lot about dollars, but we don't talk about those experiences that force families to look for another option or choice. The school that came up to turn around, when I left, we had 54% of our students were special education students. And it was a very high number, and it was honestly because we were able to support those young people. And what happens is more people start telling others that they're getting the support that they need, and they come. I'd also point out that in a lot of ways, you know, we say public charter and public district school, but as a charter school, I had to accept students not only in my district that I was sitting in, but from all over the state. So in a lot of ways, I feel that, you know, we were actually opened to a lot more young people and families. I had young people and families who drove for over an hour to attend my school. I also wanted to talk about my experience with special education, which we've touched upon. The resources are held at the district level, which means that I had to advocate with each sending district that each young person or family was coming from. And I will tell you that there's no, clear way. It was a different experience with every single district. And I had to provide in the moment the support and that those young people needed, because I couldn't say to them, I need to wait until this gets sorted out with the district. So we had to provide that while also managing that relationship with not just one, but many entities as well. And I also just wanted to talk a little bit about the fact that district schools also bill Medicare. And there's a whole different revenue source in there as well. So there's a lot of funds that come into for young people and families around special education. And the districts serve really as the gate keepers to be able to access those. And with transportation, for the rule of thumb is that if the local district provides transportation for young people and families, then they do have to also support charter schools in that transportation. But if they do not provide transportation for a lot of our rural schools, for example, then they do not have to pay or transport charter school students. My students used to walk for miles to get to my school. We had to buy a bus because I was worried about them walking on a highway. And, so I think that just really being able to provide that support when even we think about that the probably number one engagement into the juvenile justice system comes from referrals from schools. We should really think about the other impacts that not having an opportunity to choose or another option, how that ripples across the community as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Jorge, for your insightful presentation. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Ladden. Thank you for being here. What charter, could you tell us which charter school you're with and how many students and what is the budget for your charter school?
The charter school is now closed. When I started with the school, it had 14 students. When I left, we were up to 82 students. It was a school that was really used as a last resort by a district. My students arrived at my doorstep as juniors and seniors with 1 to 2 credits. The year that they closed the school down, the district, I had 20 freshmen. For the first time ever, the school had freshmen coming for around the support rather than it being used as a last stop.
Yes.
So is your school part of a public school program?
It was sponsored by a district, but again, it's no longer in existence.
And where was that in the state?
It was based in Pembroke.
Thank you very much.
Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, same to you. So this is the end of our pink card, so we're closing down this hearing for 272. We will take a 5-minute break here for committee members to stretch a little bit, and then we'll start up as quickly as possible. We are late.
Thank you.
They ever give a reason for why they closed that program?
Okay, we're going to go ahead here and start the next bill. We're running really late here, but we have HB 578 up on the docket, establishing the position of reporting administrator in the Department of Education. And the sponsors, plural, are not here. So would you please introduce the bill, Representative Cordelli? This is what we do when we have nobody showing up. So we have it scheduled. The public does come for these things. And if there's not a sponsor, we make a sponsor. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable colleagues. For the record, State Representative Glenn Cordelli, representing Tufton Borough, Moulton Borough, and Ossipee in the beautiful Lakes region. And I would like to introduce House Bill 578, establishing the position of a reporting administrator within the Department of Education. This position would be a typical employee position, and it would be involved in establishing and implement policies and procedures, templates, and other needs at the department for reporting requirements. And we are all familiar with the reporting requirements that we mandate for the department. So that is an ongoing need at the department and the reason for this legislation.
Thank you very much. So, Caitlin, are you going to be available for us from the department here, maybe to get into this a little bit more?
Good morning. For the record, Caitlin Davis from the Department of Education. I feel like I might actually be the sponsor of this bill. So Representative Moffett kindly put it in on my behalf. But him and I were having a conversation, and he was looking for some data on some reports that had passed over the last several years, and some requirements for the Department of Education to collect and report various different information from school districts. And I said, frankly, I would love to give you that information, but the department has not had the time to prioritize that work over additional work that the department has that either has state or federal requirements that are more important or have more consequences than that specific report. Him and I were having a conversation, and I kind of said, well, you know, another rep just asked for this report. We're doing this right now, X, Y, and Z. And so I asked him, I said, you know, the department we really would like to comply with these reporting requirements. We understand a lot of the legislation, why it's passed, why you're looking for that information, why you want school districts to do X, Y, and Z, but we just don't have the capacity to really put together some of the work required for implementing some of these requirements. An example, a really tangible example, and probably the most fresh example in most people's minds is SB 420. So SB 420 passed this past summer, and it started in the Senate for extraordinary needs grants to provide additional funding to school districts that have a high proportion of free and reduced lunch children to a low equalized valuation. So those grants initially started going through the Senate, and then there was an amendment to that bill to require the Department of Education to collect an accountability report from school districts that receive this additional grant. So that bill passed that way with that additional reporting requirement, and if the way the grant works is that if you don't receive or don't do that report as a school district, then you're not eligible for those funds. So this was in the summer that it passed. The Department of Education has to give estimates and school funding to school districts the prior year. So that grant wasn't even included that. So there was a lot of logistical work that we had to do explaining to school districts exactly how to take on this additional money, how to account for the additional money. We then needed to develop templates, notify schools how much this new additional grant that they were going to be receiving outside of their typical budgeting process was, how to do the reports, when to get the reports to us, establish deadlines. In the report, it wasn't just a simple report. It required school districts to do an analysis of their growth and achievement locally and put together a plan on how these funds would improve growth and achievement locally. So there were data requirements on behalf of those reports. We had to build that into the template. We did choose to put because of the kind of quick turnaround, we chose to make the template in Excel, but that's not necessarily the best way to do that. In a future year, we will likely use data systems for that, but we didn't have the time to ensure that the grants were out by September 1st, because September 1st of this past school year is when we started paying on those grants. We then had to work with schools to make sure that they understood the template, the reporting requirements, the consequences if they failed to produce that report, which is that they would now, if they failed to produce that report and failed to opt out of the additional funding to the Department of Education by early fall, then they would have a revenue shortfall and then therefore not have enough money for the school year that they had budgeted. So there's just a lot of logistics that that are involved with doing this work. I would say all total, the department has spent since this bill passed this past summer, over 1,000 staff hours on this one requirement alone. And the staff hours are not just one person. Those staff hours are IT staff pulling together the data that's required for the assessment information. Other IT staff that are required for the actual calculation of the free and reduced lunch per equalized valuation. There are accountability administrators right now that work with schools to help them understand accountability and assessment results, and are doing the communication about what the appropriate terminology and documentation required in the plan are. We then have training hours for school districts. We develop training documentation for school districts. We have office hours for schools to call in and ask us questions on doing these reports. We then have Mark, who was just testifying on the charter school bill, talking to the business officials in the school about what the financial implications are, because those are different than the performance implications of the reporting requirement. And then we have me working with superintendents, mostly explaining them the requirements of the reports, working through when we set our deadline for January 9th to receive those reports, calling schools that said, yeah, you missed this, so if you don't get it to us today, you're probably going to have a budget shortfall this year and it's going to be problematic. And this is what we do in our typical process for everything. We're trying to make sure that we're providing really good customer service to the schools, especially since it's a new requirement. And we're trying to make sure that they have everything they need so that both us and them can be successful. So January 9th was our deadline for the report. We worked through a few late submissions at the end of the week. Last week, we got all of those in. We do have one from every single school district, which is exciting for the department. Now we're going to be in the process of taking that information, redacting what is necessary to make sure that there's no personally identifiable data that's used in those reports. And now we're going to have to publish those reports. So this is just one of many reports that are on the books. And a couple additional other reports that you'll see listed in the bill is the Gifted and Talented report. That passed about a year ago. That was Representative Moffat's bill. That's why we were having this conversation. And I actually very recently said to him, we are working on that. We did put out the initial data collection and whatnot from schools, but we need to do follow-up. We need to kind of work with schools to get the additional information. And then we need to work on a reporting methodology to get it out of our systems and onto an appropriate place that's visible for the public. But there was no funding attached to that bill. School districts were not going to have issues with tax rates and things like that if they didn't do that. So we chose to prioritize the other one, even though it passed more recently because of the implications relative to funding and tax rates. Another bill that's in here, and I had a recent request from Representative Hobson, who is not on education this year, but she reached out and she was looking for a bill relative to differentiated aid in third grade reading and adequacy. That's another report that the department has just not historically done because we just don't have the staff capacity to do that report. And so we would always like to follow all of the requirements in the law book. I actually have a bill in finance right now talking about the law book and hopefully recodifying those laws. But it's just one of those things that we are looking for additional staff to really be able to focus on this so we can ensure that we are really complying with the laws that you have written for the department and so we can give you the information that you're looking for, but also make sure we're providing good customer service to the school districts when they have to do this additional reporting. Take any questions.
Thank you very much, Caitlin. Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Is this a full-time position?
This would be a full-time position.
Can I ask a follow-up? I ask this only because yesterday we saw a bill requiring somebody making a position for data analysis and discussion with schools and taking training to schools. And a lot of that overlaps with what you were talking about here, and wondered if we could combine something.
So it depends on what you want. So the legislature is always trying to combine different requirements, and that's how we are here now. They're saying, oh, well, you already have somebody that does assessment work, and you already have somebody that does finance work, and you, Caitlin, are already talking to superintendents about other things. But so we have enough reporting requirements to occupy probably 3 full-time positions, at least just in my division, and I'm not even talking about the other divisions at the department. So then if the analysis and training for school districts is a priority, that will come after if you choose to combine the two. So we'll say, all right, let's look at the reporting requirements that have financial implications. We'll work on that, and then we'll get to the other part. So we likely wouldn't be able to get to the additional part. So it's just we can pick and choose what the priorities are, and if you want the department to do both, we probably actually, in fact, need positions to do both.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The bill itself, I mean, it seems like it's probably necessary, but there was one item in your testimony that concerned me just a bit, and that was you had said that you had failed to meet reporting requirements for some of the things in law. You didn't have obviously the manpower and whatnot, but you said that you had to prioritize federal requirements.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering if it's the policy of the department to prioritize federal requirements, or
so it is not the policy to prioritize federal requirements unless there's federal grants that are dependent on it. So there's often times where a staff is fully paid for the federal funding, and so it's not appropriate for that staff person, even though they might have the expertise and knowledge to help with some of the state reporting, to prioritize state work over federal requirements. That's a requirement to continue to participate in federal grants. So that's oftentimes when we're talking about priority.
Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. I have a question for you. I'm starting to believe that a lot of the responsibility for this is on our shoulders, the legislature, for asking, we want reports on policies for this to be submitted to you, whether it be gifted, talented, or whether it be recording policies in the classroom. My concern, though, is there is there a need for more support within the department for your present staff and bureaus to accomplish the mission and task that they have at them? For example, like in statewide assessment is a mandate that comes down as a result of ESSER and as a result of the federal requirement that we must do it in grades 3 through and up in grade 11 as well. We need to be able to interpret that stuff. So there's a rationale, I believe. Are we then asking you to do some things that are not related to your current responsibilities, such as gathering policy? And I guess I'll leave it at that, because there's a lot of other questions I have, which we'll get in with the Extraordinary Needs Grant when we talk about that upcoming later this morning.
So I'm not entirely sure I understand your question.
Well, is it a priority of the department that we be sending and forwarding to you reporting policies regarding how we're recording in the classrooms, how we're providing, what we're doing with gifted, talented education, Are those priorities for you?
So I would say if you pass the law, then it becomes a priority for the department because we really do want to implement the laws.
Okay, see, that's where we always go. And it's, to me, for you to do what you're tasked to do by way of statute right now, you don't need to be collecting policies.
Okay.
Okay, Caitlin, I won't press you anymore.
So I'm honestly, I'm not familiar with that bill. I haven't been tracking that bill. If the bill requires the
Well, we
department
got
to
it coming
collect the
up, I
policy.
think, on the docket here real soon.
No.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you, Caitlin. Would it help when we're passing a policy bill like the gifted and talented, which I think we were assured would be no work for districts or for the department, because it was just going to go in a folder that anybody could look at whenever they wanted to. So it was supposed to be no work for anybody. So if when we were doing something like that, which we know is going to be work for the school district and the department, to put in the fiscal note that along with that policy, there will be support provided monetarily for someone at the department to be able to do it.
That would be extremely helpful, yes.
Thank you.
Further questions, Representative?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And a question to the chair. Were you just referring to House Bill 435, which is the end of the day today, with respect to the grant?
No, I'm not.
You weren't referring to...
I'm not referring to the grants. I know that, for example,
all right.
within 638 is one that I think that was addressed here a second ago by Caitlin, dealing with extraordinary needs.
Gotcha.
And the reporting, which part of the issue, I think, what she's, and I might be wrong, but is the issue that we have an accountability portion with it written in that, where in order to receive it, you've got to be accountable for setting up a plan for using these dollars. And that is, and we were cautioned during that hearing not to do that.
I made that comment.
I understand you made that comment. So that's where we are. And then I think we're hearing something that we need to be cognizant of, that staff at the DOE is not fully funded the way we think they are. And in order to do this, it's going to take additional dollars.
And I think relative to your comment about requirements from ESSA versus state requirements, so there are certain times where federal and state requirements are aligned. So assessment, for example, the assessments in 3 through 8 and 11 in math, science, reading, and reading. So those are state and federal requirements. So fortunately, we are able to leverage the federal funds to really pay for the majority of that work. And so the staff that we are kind of getting a 2-for-1 deal, the staff are paid out of the federal grant, but they're able to comply with the state reporting at the same time because it's exactly aligned. But for example, extraordinary needs grant is not aligned. There's no federal requirements that are similar to this. So we really can't use those staff unless we have some sort of either a time and effort, which we're breaking down, billing their time for the state funding and whatnot. And even at that, we have to be cautious of staff time. And I know, some of you have been to, well, I guess all of you have been to the Department of Education, but some of you have had the pleasure of working with many of my staff one-on-one at the Department of Education, and you're seeing a lot of them as we're starting to go through this kind of education session here. The staff want to do the best possible job as they can. They want to comply with the laws that kind of dictate the work that they're supposed to be doing in their job descriptions. But when you have too many things, it really worries a good full-time employee because they're saying, well, I don't have the time to focus on one specific thing and do a good job of that. And they don't necessarily want to do an adequate job at everything else. And so especially in my division, and we're not trying to, talk about the work that the other divisions are doing. But for 420, for example, it put a lot of work on Mark this year. At the exact same time that Mark is trying to calculate $1 billion in adequacy and set tax rates for every single town across the state. So anytime that he takes a second away from that, we could potentially make a mistake calculating a tax rate. And those have implications for every taxpayer across the state. And so now either a town has an issue and they have to do a supplemental tax bill, which that's not a good thing, or maybe they've raised too much revenue and that it creates an issue. So it's just one of the things that we really would like to focus and do a good job on our work, but we're getting spread too thin for the capacity and the amount of work that has been added in the existing in the last several years. So,
Thank you. Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, Caitlin, as always. Clarify for me, please, the difference between enacting a position in law vis-a-vis a budget request from the department for this position, for example. Clarify that process.
So the majority of it is timing. And so the Department of Education is always given targets for budgets that you're supposed to, so you historically, all agencies are given targets for budgets. So you'll say, all right, your budget is 105% of last year, for example. And this is just how state budgeting works. So you look at 105% and you say, all right, well, within my 105%, I have to account for raises or anything like that, new hires. You hired somebody this year who's on a family plan, who wasn't the person wasn't a family plan. You have to account for those. And so those kind of limit the amount of new positions you're able to request. But additionally, so for this one specifically, the Department of Education timing-wise or statewide administrative services has a process where you request new positions. The Department of Education had done all of our position requests in April. You didn't pass this bill until June, and so it was too late to request a new position for that. And we will continue to advocate, and we do constantly advocate for new positions at the Department of Education through our budget process, but a lot of times just the timing doesn't line up. And then sometimes it's budget priorities don't line up too, from the various different steps from the governor's office to the House to the Senate. There's positions that, that usually it kind of, there's 20 positions and there's 10 positions and there's 5 positions and maybe 2 end up passing. That's kind of been my historical experience, that it goes down. So we have a process, we do follow that process, but it doesn't necessarily always line up with the needs.
Follow up, please?
Yes.
So if I may try to interpret what you just said, that by having a law passed, creating a position makes it then a priority to be budgeted, of which the department then doesn't have to fall within that 105%.
This is outside the existing budgeting process, yes. And especially when it comes with appropriation.
Thank you very much.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Paterno.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Caitlin. I would imagine that office space for more staff would also be something we might need to take into consideration. I mean, the space you're using right now is pretty nice, but there's a limit on how many people you can put in a spot, right?
That is absolutely true. Office space is a concern. We are hoping to stay on 25 Granite Street, and there is sufficient space for the department needs right now. But I mean, if we continue to grow, I mean, that same concern though is relative to just all department operations. So if we get a new federal grant, for example, and we have 3 positions tied to that federal grant, then we need office space for them too. So that is an ongoing kind of business operations of the department. But then when we're talking about federal needs and whatnot taking a priority, that's another good example. Is so a lot of times we get all these new federal grants, and these federal grants come with money and staff attached to them, and that's how we justify a position. And so then that's why the federal work then takes priority over state work, because we have a specific position that's coming from that grant to do the actual goals of that grant. And so if this were to be, pretend extraordinary needs grants was a federal grant, the Department of Education would have written a plan saying, this is what we're going to do. We need a position to do this work. We need an administrative set aside X, Y, and Z. And then we would have operated it that way. But this is a state program. So now we're following the state process for this one.
Yes, Representative Luna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I think when we get to the next bill, we'll have opportunity, I think, for a robust discussion on the accountability requirement behind the extraordinary needs grant. But just sort of leading up to that, and I think tied in with this request and its sort of dual purpose of both collection and reporting, because I think that's an important element of it that you've spoken to. And you mentioned that outside of this request, it's consumed approximately 1,000 staff hours just on the Senate Bill 420.
Yes.
Collecting and reporting, piece of it. So 1,000 collective staff hours at DOE. Do you have a sense, or what sense do you have in terms of what impact that's had on local school districts in terms of the collective staff hours on putting those reports together for the department?
So I have not spoken to schools to gauge exactly how many hours that they've spent on this, but I mean, similar types of hours. I mean, so school districts have to take some time to understand the implications of this. So that oftentimes for this one required their business administrators looking at that, saying, should we go to this, should we not? School districts that wanted to take this money and use this money in their budget because it was received outside of their regular budgeting process had to do a special meeting. So the costs associated with doing a special meeting and all of that time, superintendents or a lot of times curriculum assessment administrators were the ones that were preparing this plan. So they were the ones that wrote the plan and submitted to the Department of Education, attended the various different trainings hosted by the Department of Education. So it definitely has expanded staff hours required by school districts as well. Fortunately, it does come with additional funding, so the schools can take advantage of that in the future, but not when you're doing the initial application process.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Further questions of the department? Yes, Representative Tanner?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Is there any, is it just duplication to have listing out the different reporting things that are already listed in other RSAs in this bill? Is it necessary, or could it just be set to coordinate and develop technical assistance to education?
Yes, that would be perfectly fine. I was trying to give the committee some tangible examples, especially when I was speaking to Representative Moffett, and those were, ironically, those were all examples that I had been asked for in the last week-ish of when we had our conversation. I believe that was a few months ago. Yes, you could definitely be more vague, and that's kind of what we put that other category on there, because we do want to be others. The only thing is I do know that those reports are a specific priority, so we do want to make sure that we're doing something to deal with that priority.
Thank you.
Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we have no other pink cards on this particular bill, so we're closing this bill down. Who's neutral?
You introduced it, whether they're neutral?
No, the person introducing it has to be pushed, supporting the nature of the bill. You can't.
So that was my question.
Yes.
Because he's not one of the sponsors or anything.
Yeah, but he's acting on behalf of the committee to introduce that bill, so. But you might put down a note that was introduced by a committee member who has not taken a position on the bill. But technically, when you introduce a bill, you're introducing because you support the bill. Yeah. Okay. Next bill is 638.
There's a couple other. Yes.
You could do that and support the bill.
What? Yes. Yes.
Did you support the previous bill that you had?
Yes.
So I could put you down?
Yep.
Because that's to say he supports it and say he didn't.
You can hand the card to him.
But that's a good
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
That clarifies.
I think we'll proceed on to the next bill, which is House Bill 638, relative to the extraordinary need grants to schools, and call on our chairman, Representative Ladd, for testimony.
Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Rick Ladd. I come from Haverhill, New Hampshire, Grafton 5. I'm here today to introduce House Bill 638. This is relative to the extraordinary needs grants to schools. Last year, through the Senate bill which came to us, Senator Hennessy was the sponsor of that. We had a bill for an extraordinary needs grant, which was to support those communities which had need, much like we've talked about with equalized property valuations are low, and how can we assist? When that bill came to us, it had approximately in it $15 to $17 million. We did have an amendment which we put onto it dealing with differentiated aid in terms of a special education assistance, so it would have rounded out around $30 million going down to districts. Unfortunately, that part was pulled out and the extraordinary needs portion passed. This bill addresses the issue that Caitlin has just discussed with you regarding the accountability section, and this accountability was added into the extraordinary needs as a result of some of the historical background we've had when we've been dealing with new components of differentiated aid. And one of those components which was put in during my tenure here was the funding for the remediation of a third grade student in terms of language arts reading, if in fact they were not receiving differentiated aid in the other three categories, which we have: English language learner, special education, and what's the fourth one here? Free and reduced, yes. So with that, we had discussed earlier with finance many years ago, how can we have some accountability that the money we're putting in for this $600 or so back then, now maybe a little higher than that for that fourth category differentiated I spoke to, dealing with the English language arts remediation. What kind of results are we getting back for what we're putting money in for? Are we seeing any gains and growth? Well, it's very difficult to see growth when you're funding it only at one time and you can't see the results of that coming out of the third grade. So I believe within the legislature, there was a certain level of frustration saying, how do we get accountability so that we know that this money is being used? A grant, you can put in requirements. However, the way it's done, grant for the English or for the remediation and differentiated aid is not a grant, it's part of adequacy, so it can be used, that money can be used any way you want to use it within the school district. So there are a number of legislatures which were frustrated over that. Are we using it specifically to help the remediation? And what are we doing? Give us some examples. We didn't get that. And that's, as I recall, I presented to this committee a while back that there's the cohorts. Remember how the grades were going and we saw the waterfall effect in the mathematics? That was a result of back in those days. So the concept was when we passed the Extraordinary Needs Grant, we'll have some accountability, seeing this is not part of differentiated aid. This is on top of, it's a separate grant. And we'd like to see how this money is being used. Now we see that we have caused a problem from the standpoint that we've caused all this that Caitlin's just explained of time and effort, and now we're looking at additional personnel to provide us that data or information that we're looking for. In terms of all the recent reporting which we've asked for. And so this puts us in that quandary. How do we get the results or the information we need if DOE doesn't have the staff to provide us that information? So I guess that's where we are with the Extraordinary Needs Grant. I do concur at this point in time that it's very little sense for us asking for a district to show us how they're using the Extraordinary Needs Grant if they're receiving $2,000 a year. That's true in many of our very, very small communities. And as you go up that scale, they receive more money. Perhaps this was, and I was probably remiss in saying I would like to see some accountability, but I was probably remiss also at that time even asking for the accountability. So you can chuckle at that, Representative Luneau, in terms of this aspect of this Extraordinary Needs Grant, because I, for one, have always been a pusher for fiscal capacity aid and helping those districts which have the poverty within. We need to do something. and perhaps that was the wrong bill, but we were trying to get something passed to get this money to the district. So with that, you come out with all these add-ons to get things through, and it's, again, one of the things that had to be done, I believe, to get the end result of getting the additional $17 million. So that concludes my testimony. I can't really answer a whole lot more other than what the department's already provided us. I think we're going to have to be very cautious in what we are doing in the future in terms of the issue that's just been brought forward by DOE.
Representative Lakis?
Thank you. I remember we asked for accountability. I don't remember exactly how it was worded, but looking at, so it's kind of a two-pronged question. One is, are they telling us how they spent the money? And if not, I'm noticing this is asking them to give a plan, but they don't, it seems like they don't have to actually follow that plan. And how do we know whether or not they did?
Where this all came from is back when we were looking at the adequacy formula back in 2008 and 9, which that's the group that put that forward was Senator Estabrook. She's no longer in the House, Honorable Estabrook. We also had a component there where if you look back in the old statutes, you'll see where money was to be used for certain areas of all those input areas in base adequacy. There wasn't an accountability front plan that was really presented to the department, but it was basically advice that this is how it should be used, the money should be used. I think that's where we got that same concept for what we did last year. We're looking at trying to find out how this money is being used. But when Senator Estabrook and company were doing, they were doing with much larger dollars than we're dealing now. They are doing with differentiated aid, which is huge dollars compared to what we have for extraordinary needs grant. And if you take out the extraordinary needs grant spreadsheet, which we do have, and start looking at the districts, there's many districts which are receiving, less than $50,000. And that's we're asking for all the time and energy of personnel in the school department to put this together. I, for one, as an administrator, would probably blow it off. And I see another hit going up and down over there because it's just not worth. I don't have the staff to do it there at the local level, and if I do have the staff, the time the additional time and costs don't equate to what I'm getting back from this grant. So I think we've really got to really look at this extraordinary need grant in terms of what we're asking for. The concept is a good concept. We need to get money to districts. Now, accountability, that's the issue we got to look at.
Further questions? Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Is this going to add more work to Caitlin?
Which bill are you talking about?
Your bill.
This bill right here, there's still going to be accountability for those which are receiving additional dollars more than $50,000. So yes, there is. If anytime you're going to have a grant of any kind, though, you're going to have staff computing what districts are going to receive. So it is going to cost time. But that's also why we have people over there in finance at the Department of Education. If we're going to be looking at modifying our formulas in any way, and we have a lot of bills where we're trying to jiggle those, Mark's going to have to do some juggling around. Perhaps we're going to change that formula a little bit. But that's expected. That's part of the job over there. And I think the Extraordinary Needs Grant, and if you look at all we've done from the original fiscal capacity disparity aid and the concept which we had for establishing poverty back in 2008, we've gone now and we've changed how we provide support for the poor districts. I don't know how many times over the last 10 years. And with that, every time we make a tweak, they have to make many tweaks.
Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Representative Ladd, for submitting this legislation. I think
This is basically legislation put together by the department.
Yeah. But I wanted to direct a question particularly at Part D down at the bottom, and particularly how that can give school districts confidence in the report that they provide, and not interfering with the grant award, but basically providing some heads up as to how districts.
Well, we're talking about unrestricted funding
That's
here.
correct.
And that's basically what we do with the other monies which we provide through education funding. And I'm closing on that position right now that if we do something like extraordinary needs grant based upon property values or however we may do it, median family income,
Right.
it should be unrestricted.
Right. Thank you, and that this clarifies
Yes,
that.
that's right.
with-
So there's some good points in this bill.
Great, thank you.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you,
Thank you.
Representative. Do we have any further cards? Does anyone need technical support on this bill from the department? Did the department want to testify to anything that has been mentioned thus far? Evidently so. So welcome back.
We just have a little bit of data to help explain what this bill is going to do. So this bill is not eliminating the extraordinary needs grants by any means, and it's actually not going to create any additional work for the department. It will limit some of the work the department is doing and some of the work that school districts are doing, because essentially this bill is just putting a minimum requirement for the extraordinary needs accountability plan in place for schools. So school districts with a small grant will still get that grant, but they won't have to spend a substantial amount of staff hours working on that, and the department won't have to spend hours tracking down a plan for maybe a $700 or $1,500 grant. So Mark has some actual data as far as the number of schools that have submitted plans and then the number of plans this will eliminate.
Just Mark Manganello, Department of Education. Just generally, there's about, for fiscal year 24, I think 84 communities that need to do a plan, and then this would bring it down to 35. So it, plans under 50,000. So these would just be plans over 50,000 where they can look at that growth data, look at that outcome data, and submit it to the department as required by law, by the existing RSA, not what this bill does. The other thing, just to go through the bill a little bit, a lot of it's just sort of codifying. When this law passed this summer, it was in effect for fiscal year 23, so we had to implement it pretty quickly. And so we had to come up with sort of some policies and some understandings of how to interpret the bill that summer, and we had to communicate that to the district. So a lot of what this is doing is just codifying our existing understanding. If you were not to pass this, some of this stuff would still hold true. So it would still hold true that all adequacy is unrestricted, even though it's conditional on completing an accountability plan, it's still unrestricted aid. And I spent hours talking to districts about that because they are used to receiving grants, federal grants, which are highly restricted, and there's a highly restricted process in which to submit funds and receive that. That is not how adequacy works, and this is a concept that a lot of districts didn't really understand, is that adequacy essentially underwrites your local budget. It financially supports whatever you're going to choose to do as a community, it underwrites it, and every single adequacy dollar goes against the tax rate. So if there's any error in any adequacy dollar you are anticipating in setting the tax rate, that automatically creates a budget problem. So a lot of districts I had to walk them through that and how adequacy impacts the tax rate. And so they were treating it like a traditional federal grant, and that was one of the struggles. So a lot of this is going to clarify this, so I can point to a district that's confused and say, look at this bill, look what this bill's telling you. It will hopefully make the TA a little bit easier on my end.
Further questions? Further comments from the department?
This time.
Seeing none, we can close this hearing.
We're getting on where we are now.
577. We're
Yeah,
close.
we're right on time.
Legislative.
We gotta make all these things just unrestricted and be done with it.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna close in on the last bill we have this morning. That's 577. This bill is relative to state aid for special education pupils. Representative Moulton is the prime sponsor. Okay. Representative Thomas, Representative Damon, you're on this.
Good morning. Is it not? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the committee. For the record, Representative Hope Damon, Sullivan District 8, the towns of Ackworth, Langdon, Leominster, Goshen, Washington, Springfield, Sunapee, Croydon, Claremont, something like that, in really quite lovely Sullivan County. Quite frankly, I'm not expecting to be the person introducing this bill this morning. I will do my best and take it from there. It is as stated, it changes the limit for school district liability for special education costs, reducing it from 3.5 times the state average to 1.5 times. Clearly, the intent of this is to provide more state funding for special education. It is prorated to districts if not enough funding is appropriated, as has been the case for many years, that there's not enough special education funding in the state budget. There is an additional proposed $250,000 for special education funding in communities of less than 1,000 students. And last night I said, well, how many communities are there with less than 1,000 students? There's 58. Less than 1,000 residents. I misspoke. There are 58 New Hampshire communities that small. The special education amount has been the same since 2007. Clearly, nothing else is the same in costs. So I think I would just say special education is extremely important. The cost to small communities of one or a few higher cost special education programs breaks the back of little districts. I'll use my own town of Croydon as an example. We are less than 800 people, 650 or so registered voters, have a K-4 school, and then tuition our students to a variety of other schools through a school choice program. The total number of students being educated by Croydon is less than 80 in any given year. One student in our total school budget, you guys are going to chuckle, is $1.7 million, including the tuition for 5th through 12th graders. One special ed student can alter that budget in a very, very significant way, and the state is not doing its share. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Damon. Are there questions for Representative Damon? Now, understanding that we will be discussing this in exec session, and the department is here, and she's standing in for the prime sponsor. So we'll stay out of the technical questions, please. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify, because your testimony was more to the effect of single or small numbers of students catastrophically affecting budgets. But isn't this bill more attuned to the smaller increases on larger number of students? Because it seems to me that for current law, the state is picking up the overwhelming majority of the cost for those catastrophic. Am I wrong on that?
I don't specifically know the answer in terms of what amount of the catastrophic cost the state picks up. I know it's significant. The bill doesn't only address that. I was just highlighting that part of the bill. The primary feature of the bill is the changing the limit for school district liability from 3.5 times down to 1.5.
Thank you.
And for clarification purposes, now, if you take the average cost, let's say 20,000 for an easy figure, at 3.5 times, the district has to cough up $70,000 before they're going to get state aid. Then up to 10 times, in other words, that per pupil cost, the state will kick in 80% of that difference right there. So again, the local district has 20%. They're added on to the $70,000. Then you get above that 10 times, and that difference is paid up fully by the state. So if you have a $250,000 cost associated with a youngster, you're going to be paying locally part of that, but not all that $250,000, part of it. And we have finance here too, and they could also explain that a little bit more if we don't get it. But this is a huge issue. We did have a bill here in recent years where we had dropped that to 2.5 times, if you recall that bill. And that also, it was a similar concept to this one, which is dropping to 1.5 times. So thank you very much, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That mic's giving us a little bit of problem. So we'll, at noontime, we're going to have them look at that. So we have one card here that's been submitted. Eric?
Here.
Yes. Oh, we have another card too?
Yeah.
Let's see what we got coming up here. And we want that. Okay, thank you, Becky. Eric?
Good morning, House Education Committee. Thank you for letting me testify on this important bill. My name is Eric Power. I'm the president of the School District Governance Association of New Hampshire. It's an organization that looks for responsible governance, prudent budgeting, and educational excellence in our New Hampshire public schools. And I'd like to speak today about this bill. Just to tell you a little bit about SDGA, it has about 50 to 60 members, including 12 state representatives, current state representatives. And we review all legislation involved with education and governance. Most of the bills that we review are through this committee, although there are some other committees as well. And we have a website that provides our assessment of the bills, which you can review, including this one. And so that's available for reference. You'll be getting an email from me with that website. And I believe you may have already gotten an email and some information on our organization.
Excuse me, Eric?
Yes.
Jen, will you please contact Tech and tell them? Yes, right now. That's, I don't.
Sounds like I have a rasp.
Hearing it.
He could go ahead and continue testifying.
Can we try Peggy's?
Yeah.
It might be.
If that's taken off,
Don't disconnect.
don't, you see, this is a daisy chain. One element out, we lose the whole thing.
Yeah.
Can, if Eric talks loudly, hey, hang loose here. If Eric talks loudly, can everybody hear him?
Yeah.
That's what we're gonna do. Eric, why don't you just present right there?
Thank you. I also served in the military for 30 years.
Oh, there you go.
I was a veteran, Air Force colonel, retired about 4 years ago. So started using my colonel voice. Anyway, I also served being an SDGA. We have all the members are either current or former school board members or budget committee members. I myself served on the Collis Brookline Cooperative School Board for 3 years. And I also have served as a special education advocate, so I have a lot of background in special education. And the thing that frustrates me, both as a citizen and as a school board member, was that the amount of this unfunded mandate that comes down from the state. Special education is important. It's needed for students. Students need this to succeed in life. And there's many stories about when they do succeed when they get the special education. But it is a crushing blow to the taxpayer, especially in small towns, but even in large towns. When you look at what goes into the budget, for special education, it's really not negotiable. It's in your operating budget in a traditional school district, and it's in your default budget in an SB2 school district. And so what can be done to help the towns? Now, there is some aid here, and as Chairman Ladd has mentioned, right now, when you have to go to 3.5 times the average state expenditure per student before any aid kicks in. And at that point, it kicks in at the 80-20 level. So that the district is responsible for 20% above that 3.5 level. And then the state will pick up 80%. And then if you get up to 10x the level, which is the current level, that's when the state picks up the whole. But you're talking, if you take an average number of say $20,000. Article 28A. Is it working? Yeah. Article 28A talks about unfunded mandates. And this really is an unfunded mandate, and it still will be even after this bill, but it will be less of a unfunded mandate. So that's why I think this is important to look at and to pass to help our school districts across the state. Because special education is something that's been dictated to us. It's something that needs to be done for our special education students. And that population has grown. If you look at recent numbers, it varies, but it's anywhere between 15 and 20% of our students are either on an IEP, individual education plan, or a 504 plan. And so it's not a small cost, and it is really making it very difficult for our taxpayers. Everybody wants to do the right thing, but the state needs to kick in their fair share, and reducing this level to from 3.5% to 1.5%, where the 80-20% kicks in, is a very much needed change, and it's a bipartisan change. I'm a Republican. I know it's a Democrat bill, but this is the right thing to do. So I hope that this committee recommends ought to pass. You may also want to consider an executive committee before this. I know there were some other proposals, some other LSRs that were put forward that were consolidated. There was one to look at that 10x number that might want to come down to 5x, for example. So that might be something the committee considers, because that would be in the same spirit to help these the taxpayers, especially in these small towns. You look at a town like Croydon, like the previous speaker talked about, they get a $200,000 hit on a $1.7 million budget. That's really substantial. So you really want to look at that. And I hope that you do ought to pass, and then also check out sdganh.org for more on our rationale on all bills, including this one. Thank you. Thank you very much. Are you willing to take any questions?
Yes, I'd be glad to take some questions.
No questions. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Dropping it 2.5 times. We also had more students qualifying for this, going to 1.5. Has the department done any kind of research, or Becky, have you, as far as how many of the youngsters would be now eligible to receive this program?
So the department doesn't have data on those kids because we wouldn't be able to do it unless we were able to collect the financial impacts for those students. However, so right now at 3.5 times, last year there were 760 kids that were eligible. So the current cap is, and I was just looking at data, this is 67,000, and it would drop down to about 30,000 at 1.5 times. Now I do want to just remind the committee, these are special education costs alone. So I believe I missed Becky's presentation to you all at the department last week, but I don't know if she kind of walked you through the formula, but the way it works is the department collects the data on these students, all of the costs associated with the students in their IEPs, and reviews all of that detail. There's a cap that's set in law, which is 3.5 times right now. So we find out all of the costs that exceed that 3.5 times, and then we take that amount and we multiply it by 80%, which is the amount the department will reimburse. So the amount over that 3.5 times. So any costs over 60,000 right now, we will reimburse at 80%. Now, in past years and in this year included, the Department of Education then will prorate the payment based on available appropriation. So in the past, that 80% is sometimes multiplied by 70%. Last year, everybody received 100% of that 80% because we had enough appropriation in the state budget. This year, we didn't have quite enough. Our total obligation was 34 million, and our appropriation was say 33 million. I'm just making some numbers up there. So we prorated the 80% at 98%. So what this would do is a bunch more kids would be eligible for aid. So I think is there's a confusion that the existing kids we would just be, instead of paying everything above 60,000, we would just start paying everything above 30,000. That is true for those kids, but this would add additional kids into the pool that would be eligible for funding. So there's two different things. So this bill doesn't come with appropriation right now. So if you were to just change it to 1.5 times, what that would do is the department would continue on, collect that additional data on those students, calculate what the payment would be for those students. However, our payment would be substantially prorated, probably, I don't even know, 20%, I'm just guessing. Or the legislature could simultaneously add additional appropriation to the Department of Education's budget to pay for those additional expenses.
So that's my question. What would the department have to add to the appropriation to keep it at that 98 or 100?
The department has no information that we can really target. Well, the only time we're ever collecting financial information to a specific student are for kids that are eligible for catastrophic state special education aid right now. It used to be called catastrophic aid, and I always slip, but state special education aid is for those kids right now. So the department begins collecting that information in the summer of every single year. So the department gets all the files from the school districts. We compare it to a copy of the student's IEP to make sure those services are in the IEP and appropriate. And then we do the calculation in the fall when we're reviewing all of those transactions and whatnot. So it would just, the file that now includes 760 students might now include several thousand students.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Caitlin and Becky and Mark for joining us on this. I recall the prorated section for special education aid because we've talked about it before, but where in the statute is that right now?
I believe it's 186 something.
186 C18.
That sounds right.
And there's this bill only has a few Roman numerals on it. There's a lot of Roman numerals in that section.
Yeah, I can find you the exact area. I'm just not an expert. This is not
That's
not under my
okay.
division. So
that's okay because I think that's you've raised a significant point on this.
And it could also be a budget footnote. So I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head. I'm sure Mark is looking for it right now.
Okay.
I'm doing a calculation. I'm the number of money you'll need. You're going to need north of 22 million.
I will say that districts could probably tell you to some extent an idea of how many students would meet that cap because districts are tracking that for lots of different reasons at an individual student level, sometimes for Medicaid reimbursement, for Medicaid to schools, sometimes to see if students will meet the cap for special education aid because sometimes you don't know for sure if a student is going to meet the cap. So there's bookkeeping that's done at the local level to ensure that those IEPs are being tracked and those services and things like that are being inputted into the system because what you don't want to do at the district level is wait until June to start inputting your data for the July 1 collection for special ed aid because it's a time-intensive process because you're accounting for every student's every session's service for the entire school duration of that IEP. So districts could probably give you an idea of how many students they think could potentially reach the cap if that was something that you wanted closer to hard data on.
Okay. Rick, and Mr. Chair, a follow-up?
Sure.
On that, and the follow-ups too. Before this committee acts on the bill, can we request a fiscal note? Okay, yeah, because I think this goes beyond, I mean, this is policy, but also fiscal.
Policy, but it's fiscal.
Yeah.
I guess it comes down with me that it's a huge unfunded mandate. And probably the largest one we've got in education here is, and I've heard from many school districts, not just in this state, but all over the country, that we're having to borrow from other areas of our operational budget to pay for the costs of this type of service.
Mm-hmm.
And for the small towns like Piermont, receive 2 Cat A kids in 1 year. A school district has 67 kids. They just didn't have the money. And so what do you have to do? Take a tax anticipation note out? Or do you come crying to DOE to say, don't you have an emergency fund of some kind to help us out with that?
No, districts freeze their budgets. Districts have to freeze their budgets. I mean, that's the reality. And even with the way the current system works, this money is reimbursed to the district. So the district is not getting the money so that they don't have to find the money in the moment. They still have to, somehow absorb those costs in the moment and then retroactively ask for the reimbursement at whatever rate the department is able to reimburse it based on what allocation they have set aside for that. So this won't change that process, I don't believe, based on the way that it's written now. So it still will have the same impact in that way.
Thank you. Thank you both. I was wondering if either of you might know, several years ago, we passed a bill related to districts forming associations for the basis of risk pools. Do you know if any districts have formed such associations?
I don't have any specific information I can share, but I would imagine Becky Fredette will be able to provide that information to you. So
I'm not aware of any. That doesn't mean they don't exist, but-
No, I don't think anybody's joined a risk pool. It's a great idea. It came from the Midwest, didn't it? Out there. Kansas, yeah.
I think.
Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you tell us when does a reimbursement take place? In other words, there's a cost that takes place and they have to pay that. When does the reimbursement actually receive from the school district?
on January 1st of each year. Sometimes like December 28th, the department's really good, but usually January 1st.
Of each year?
The input of the data has to be in by the end of July.
I'm sorry.
The input of the data at the district level, they have the month of July to input the data for the students that they believe are going to meet the cap. But it's an extensive process on the department side then to cross-reference every session that is inputted for each student. For example, if you have a student who gets, is in an out-of-district placement, but also gets occupational therapy, speech, and behavior therapy, for example, the person who's responsible for accounting for that at the district level has to input every single session of OT, every single session of speech, every single session of behavioral therapy. They have to calculate the rate outside of the tuition, perhaps for that out-of-district placement. All those things are accounted for separately for each student. So it takes a good amount of time. So then the department has to go cross-reference and make sure the students were there that day, that there's no attendance issues, that what is in the student's IEP matches what was inputted for the amount of minutes that you're asking for the reimbursement for, and then calculating all that to come up with what the total cost is, and then going back to the district to resolve any errors and figure out what the errors are. And then that's why it takes till January to get the reimbursement of the following year. Because
Becky, you need to give us the Cliff Notes.
It's extensive. I mean, I will tell you, a special ed administrative assistant at the district level, this is an enormous part of their job. And for some district level directors who don't have admin support, they're doing this.
So take me through this situation I spoke about, Piermont. The kids come in November.
Yep.
2 kids.
Okay.
Tell me how they're going to pay for this.
Well, do they have a special ed? I'll call it trust.
They don't have any kind of fund. They have no fund there.
you're going to freeze your budget first. Well, I'm not the superintendent there, so I certainly don't want to speak on behalf of what they would do. But in a district where I've worked in the past, the special ed director, or whoever is responsible for that, would meet with the superintendent and the business administrator to talk about what is the current state of their budget, what do they have in operating costs that have not been expended, can they cover the cost if they freeze the budget completely, what costs can they not take from, salary, things like that, personnel, what other special ed costs can they not freeze because you're responsible for paying for that. But that's where a lot of times it causes this community discord that I think Mr. Power was talking about previously, which is that you are freezing your budget at the district level to cover these unanticipated expenses because you're required to do so. And at what cost to the rest of your school community and what cost to your entire community? If you don't have enough money to cover the placements, for example, and the district has to work to try to keep those students in those placements because that is what the IEP team has determined is most appropriate, you might have to go back to the voters and ask for a special meeting and come up with the money some other way, or you're freezing your budget. So all those things that you have set aside money for or encumbered money for, then that no longer becomes an option.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So looking at the way that this bill operates, I have a little bit of concern that it might actually wind up hurting some of the people it's designed to help. Given the fiscal constraints around this, if we're looking at modifying the 3.5 down to 1.5, we're essentially spreading a moderate amount of money much wider instead of a large amount of money more narrowly focused for those catastrophic cases. So what do you think the funds would look like around this if say, instead of modifying the 3.5 to 1.5, we actually looked at the 20% and eliminated that and reimbursed at 100% over 3.5?
So the 100%, I think I have that.
Yeah. So instead of 80-20, it was 100. It would be 100% reimbursement over that 3.5 number.
It would be like a 402 placement kind of situation.
Oh, sorry, never mind. It would be $10 million.
$10 million. But you're still just talking about that same core set of kids.
Right.
Sure.
But you're absolutely right. So if you don't add appropriation to this bill and you just do it this way, you're just going to further dilute the funding.
Thank you.
It's Representative Luno, it's in Roman numeral 3. It's the proration is in Roman numeral 3.
Are there further questions from the committee here? Yes. Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I think to the point you raised, Mr. Chair and Representative Myler, with regards to the timing of the payment, I just want to make sure I understand this. So if school district has a $200,000 out of district placement during the 2022-2023 school year that we're in right now, when would that district receive reimbursement from the special education aid fund under this?
So by January 1st of 2024.
By 21st?
Yeah, so the following year.
The following year. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering how often that extensive analysis of each student case presents anything different in the costs than the school district presented, and then I have a follow-up depending on the answer.
That would be a better question for Rebecca Fredette, so hopefully she can provide that information to the committee at a different time.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm just going to rhetorically ask the follow-up. It seems like it would be possible for some amount, say 50% of the expected reimbursement to be made available sooner if there's not often a substantial difference.
So the challenge with making it available sooner is that it's prorated across the entire state. If there were one district at a time, and this is true of all, I think you'll see other bills that I'm going to talk about, is prorating everybody across everybody else, one district making a substantial, so you might have a district that has one student with a $200,000 placement that maybe shouldn't have gone through, and now that's going to throw off everybody in the entire state once that proration is applied. And the to further complicate this, we do provide estimates to the Department of Revenue when they're doing their tax rate setting on October 1st before the payments are finalized for their tax rate setting in the fall. So they're using this number. So if you are throwing everybody off, it's not great policy.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Cornell has her hand up, and then Representative Miley.
I think I'm confusing myself now. I always thought catastrophic aid, well, whatever, it's for placement, residential placements or no?
So it's for any child that has costs above, special education costs above the cap, which is that $60,000. Okay. So they could all be incurred locally within their school district, but there tends to, out-of-district placements tend to have a higher cost, so there tends to be a lot of students that are out-of-district placements that are receiving or eligible for the state special education aid.
Follow up? So if we drop it from 67,000 to 30,000, I mean, that's pretty easy to reach for anybody. And like if you're in an autism program and get a lot of services, that's easy.
Well, I think thank you. I think it depends, quite honestly. I mean, districts already, as part of their beginning of the year data, have to take their staff, especially for special education, and divide their staff members by the number of students that they serve and figure out what their hourly rate is and how much each student counts per hour, et cetera. So districts are already doing that in data at the beginning of the year. Sometimes in-district programming can be more costly than an out-of-district placement because you are infusing your general ed setting with supports and services so students can remain in the general ed setting because that is what is least restrictive for that student and that's what the IEP team thinks is most appropriate. So that can be as costly. It's typically not necessarily as costly as some out-of-district placements, but again, it's very variable, and it's also about economy of scale. If you are in a very small district and you have one student with a very low incidence but high need, and you're creating an in-district program for one student, that can be very costly, even if it's the right thing to do. Whereas if you're in a district with 10 or 12 students with that same kind of need, it's a lot more cost effective to develop an in-district program because you're serving 12 kids instead of one student. Or it may be more cost effective in that small district to send that student out of district, but you can't make a decision solely based on the financial aspects of that placement. So it becomes a little complex. I don't know what the effect would be in terms of number of students from like a departmental data level, but you certainly could ask districts how many kids they think would meet the cap. It would be a little bit of a time-intensive process, but I think they're already collecting the data. If you helped them figure out what data they needed to determine that at the local level, I think most people could probably do that.
Thank you. Further question, Representative Myler?
Thank you. This has been very instructive. Thank you. But I'm a little confused on one thing. Caitlin, from a standpoint of the department, you have budgeted X amount of dollars for special ed reimbursements. If the total for the amounts coming in from all the school districts is less than what you have budgeted, do you then prorate that either up or down based upon that, or if the amount is over what you have budgeted, explain the variance of that, please.
So we would only prorate down. We would not prorate up. So after we go through that calculation, and we figure out that a student is eligible for 80% of their costs reimbursed, then we will pay them 80% of those costs. We would never then take that 80% and change it to 85% because that 80% is in the statute. But if we have only enough money to pay 75% of that 80%, that's when we prorate that down.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions? There's going to be a lot of questions we have, but is there further questions for yes, go ahead, Representative McDonald.
Thank you. And thank you for the expertise, both of you. To clarify on a point you made earlier, Caitlin, would this bill need to add an amendment or some kind of appropriation for the communities that already meet the 3.5 times threshold to get the same amount of aid if there's going to be more communities that would meet the 1.5 time threshold?
this will reduce the amount of money available to those existing communities, correct?
Okay, thank you.
So are there other questions? We're gonna have to work on this, folks. This whole thing gets into the area of weighted categories for the 13 IEP categories as well. It's all sort of related. You know, what's the cost of this category versus that category? And it's a huge, huge problem, which we've had here for years. Further questions? Thank you very much, both Becky and Caitlin. Appreciate it. So that does close down the cards, which are the testimony for this. It's 12 o'clock, and so we're closing down 577. Thank all for coming and talking about that one today. It's a big problem. We will pick this up at 1 o'clock today for 626, right after lunch. Have a good lunch. Yeah. Well, good afternoon, everybody on the committee here, and the two members of the public which are present today. We have a bill in front of us, HB 626. This is requiring the Department of Education to administer the Education Freedom Account. That's not your bill, is it? Oh, that is your bill.
It is.
Yep. Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Dave Luno, representing the people of Merrimack District 9, which are folks who live in Bow and Hopkinton. But as Representative Myler well knows, we used to also represent people in Concord. We're not going to let them go that quickly. So here's the people of Concord too. But frankly, I like to think that we also represent people all across the Granite State, because all of us have statewide responsibilities. And while they may not see our names on their ballots when we're considering policy like this or any of the other bills, certainly all the Granite Staters are really important and relevant to our deliberations. So the bill in front of you of us this afternoon is related to the Education Freedom Account program, which was established in the current state budget, House Bill 2, but it actually stemmed from House Bill 20, which was heard in this committee 2 years ago. And back during the 2 days, I think we had a rock solid 2 days worth of hearings on House Bill 20. The blue sheet signups, which are basically people, members of the public who are signing up in support and in opposition to legislation. For House Bill 20, there were 1,107 that signed up in support of the Education Freedom Account program, and there were 5,218 who signed up against the Education Freedom Account program. And there was general, I think, displeasure and unease expressed by taxpayers from across the state who objected to the idea of using taxpayer dollars to pay for private and homeschool tuition choices that other families may elect to make, and particularly on top of the already substantial support that local property taxpayers have for their local public schools, because as we all know, most of the local school budgets are paid for through local property taxes. So. We talked about yesterday how the Education Freedom Accounts were billed as something that was going to provide great savings to local property taxes, but unfortunately, that has not developed at all. So this year, there's a package of bills that we have sponsored that look to bring some accountability, oversight, and transparency to the Education Freedom Account program. They're not eliminating the program, but they're providing some accountability to the taxpayers who are paying for these private school tuition bills. And House Bill 626, the one in front of us this afternoon, is one of them. So the title of the bill is requiring the Department of Education to administer the Education Freedom Account program. And over I think this bill's 7 pages long, that's probably 95+% of it. So most of it is replacing the scholarship organization, the term scholarship organization, with the Department of Education, or the State Board of Education, which is the governance of a lot of their policies, and it really eliminates the Scholarship Foundation from the administration of the Education Freedom Account program. So why is this important? So you know, all in, following these first 2 years of the program, where New Hampshire taxpayers are into it by about $30 million, not quite $30 million. I think it was 27 point something million dollars currently in the first 2 years of the program. And the Commissioner of Education has already put in a request for another $60 million over the next biennium to fund education freedom accounts. So all in it, and that's $9 million that the scholarship organization gets to retain for their own overhead costs, and $9 million, and essentially going to a private contractor through a no bid contract that was approved by the Executive Council just about 2 years ago, and so that's why it's important. So why should, and I think this is a reasonable question on the part of the taxpayers, why should my tax dollars be going to cover overhead for the private contractor overseeing the program when we're already paying for Department of Education that oversees the education of New Hampshire's kids? So that's the first question that I think that House Bill 626 provides to answer. Other, I think, is over this last 2 year period of time, the only information we've received from the private contractor overseeing the program to a cost to taxpayers of $9 million are basically these two pieces of paper. And yeah, there's some backup paper to it as well. But honestly, the reports here, we talked about reporting this morning, reporting and data collection. The reporting here is laughable. So, you know, actually on both of these reports, they talk about the current number of students who switched from a public school to take a education freedom account, to open an education freedom account and attend something other than a public school. And then they add into that people who did that, or students who did that during the pandemic, which actually happened prior to the education freedom accounts ever being authorized by the state. And then it even goes on to talk about pre-COVID switchers prior to 2020, and the number of students who joined education freedom accounts. So it's sort of laughable what this talks about here, and rather than actually breaking out the costs, I mean, there's some general categories. There's lots of data as to where these students, where they live, what districts they come from. Lots of data with respect to what it would have cost taxpayers had all these students been in their public schools. But as we know from at least the little bit of, you know, sketchy information from these reports, at least 75%, and probably even more than that, of these students were either already in private school or going to go to private school or another non-public option anyway, and have no cost to taxpayers. So how the money's being used and transparency in terms of reporting, that I think would be fair in order for the program to be more accountable to the taxpayers who are now on the hook if this gets put into the budget for $90 million of costs in the first few years of this program. So that's the first part of that. That's most of this bill. The rest of the bill is really accountability, and it's only in a few sections. The first is section 6 on page 1. And so this is down towards the bottom of the page on lines 24 through 27. And it's what happens when money's left over in account, and in unused money left over in an education freedom account, and it basically says that the money gets rolled back into the education trust fund. So remember this, it's taxpayer money. And then the other piece in this bill that I think is related to accountability, and we talk about this. In fact, we talked about it this morning. Is how do we know how well our students are doing? And so on page 2, towards the middle of the page, lines 22 through 25. It eliminates, this sort of, random nationally standardized norm referenced achievement test that doesn't really tie into anything that you can compare with how students in New Hampshire are doing, and requires EFA students to essentially take the same statewide student assessments that all of our public school students take, and give us something to compare to. Accountability is important. I mean, we heard about it this morning, and it should be important for people who are advocates of education freedom accounts. And so I think by establishing these guardrails, we'll be able to improve the program, have a program that's more accountable and transparent to the taxpayer, and be able to have some real oversight by the legislature, just like our public school programs have. So we hope that members of the committee will support these reasonable guardrails. Again, it's a light touch to protect taxpayers and improve transparency. And be happy to take some questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Representative Luno? Yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. We heard from the Department of Education this morning that they're already strained a little bit because they have a heavy workload. So how is this not just another thing for the department to do when right now another organization is handling it?
No, thank you very much for the question. That's an excellent question. One way I think of looking at this is that the department could likely hire a new employee, and I think we saw some numbers this morning that the first year of a hire might be around $165,000 compared to the $9 million that we're currently spending to manage the EFA program through an independent through a private contractor. So I think using some of that $9 million would to have a data collection and data reporting specialist, and then using the balance of that $9 million, which if that position costs $165,000, would be about $8.2 million, and being able to either use that for EFAs, so it would actually go to students' opportunity, or use that as state funds that we could put towards any of the other initiatives that we talked about this morning. So I thank you very much for the question, and I that's what I would suggest.
Further questions? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. When these were first proposed, I understood that some of the reason for using a scholarship foundation was to avoid direct money from taxpayers going to fund religious schools or religious education. And I understand, because the Supreme Court ruling is that they can do that, but I'm looking at religious curriculum or things like that. Is there a problem with state money going directly to these organizations or these businesses which are strictly religious?
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. I've certainly heard arguments on both sides of that. I personally believe that public money should not be used for religious schools, and I believe there is a provision in our New Hampshire Constitution to prevent public tax dollars to be used for religious education. I'm not aware of any U.S. Supreme Court rulings that would necessarily change that provision, that specific provision. But to say that the state of New Hampshire and its that taxpayers in New Hampshire should be charged $9 million to an organization to basically pretend that it's no longer taxpayer money and fund scholarships. I mean, I think there are words for that type of hide and seek of money, and I'll leave it to the committee members to determine what those words are. But to me, that's not what taxpayers sign up to when they're sending their money to the state.
Follow-up question?
Thank you. If the money is given to the parents to do what they wish to do with it, then it's really not hide and seek. It is a decision by a different entity that now has responsibility over the money. So I'm not sure how that's playing a game.
Okay. Thanks very much for the question. If I'm able to take what you just said at absolute face value, that it's up to the parent to be able to spend that money how they like, then I'm not sure why you need an independent, a private contractor to do that. Why the parent can't be the buffer between the state and how that money's being spent. So I really don't see the necessity of having a private contractor in that role, and that's what I mean by hide and seek. If you're really that worried about the perception of what this is, then having a private contractor in the middle, costing taxpayers $9 million a year, producing these two reports, which I don't think are going to please anybody, paying whose tax dollars are being used to fund this program, and especially given the overwhelming opposition to this program. I think you're putting yourself out there rather than having guardrails in place that improve and make the program more accountable to taxpayers.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You had mentioned bringing in the sort of standardized testing across EFA programs to look to see how they're doing in comparison to our more traditional public schools. But my question is it reasonable for us to expect that students who perhaps dropped out of high school and then picked up the EFA program and are in an alternative program, or students who are in an EFA program that's focused on either religious education or a music education, to achieve parity in more traditional subjects with traditional public school students?
No, thanks very much for the question. So there's nothing in the bill here that would require students to either be parity or have to score above a certain level on any particular test. In fact, the statewide assessment test is already, I think, a possibility in here. Yep, that on line 26. On page 2, so that's not even something new in here. But I think taxpayers certainly have a right to question how their dollars are being used and what the results of that are. They certainly have a right to do that with public schools. They know what that is, for public schools, and if their tax dollars are being used to fund non-public options. They should be able to know that, and I think the conditions that you laid out, Representative, with respect to some types of students, I think members of the public would understand that. As long as some context was provided, along those ways. But to have something that just doesn't relate back at all, I don't think that's not transparent to anybody.
Further questions? Representative Lekes?
I have all kinds of questions on these, but we can do them we can do them in exec instead of here for the interest of time, so I'm just going to pick one, okay? And that's the one you keep referring to, all this money that goes out, the up to 10%. And you were one of the ones who wanted all of this accountability, transparency, wanted to make sure that no money was spent that didn't need to be spent. And the way that that has been accomplished is by the scholarship organization, hiring an organization to do all of that. And that takes up most of that 10%. And the question is, if you took it out, but you didn't put it back in anywhere, who's going to do all of the okaying every single vendor, okaying every single purchase? Because every single purchase is okayed as per request from people who wanted accountability. That is the accountability. Every single purchase is okayed. So where is that going to come? You've taken the money out. I don't see it being put back in. And that's a whole company that does that, plus at least 4 people in the, and you're saying that one person in the Department of Education can now do what all of this is doing. I want to know how you plan on accomplishing that, or are you just going to leave it up to the parents like it sounded like you just said?
So thanks. I mean, I believe private companies do it all the time. I've been involved with a number of technology companies that have, a purchasing manager, a purchasing person that oversees purchase orders for all sorts of different items. Most school districts have one administrator, business administrator, that oversees. Honestly, over a 2-year period, even a small district might have a greater budget than the EFA program. So public school districts do it all the time. They don't, to my knowledge, spend $9 million on just a couple people in a central office to track these things. So leaving it up to the parents, I don't think is the right answer. But I think the department could provide a much better solution to doing this than what it appears the private contractor is doing.
Follow up. When we asked this question at the time this was originally being introduced, we were told by, I think it was Caitlin Davis, she looked at what it costs regular public schools, and she said it was more than 10% is what they were spending. So my question, that's what regular public schools are spending, more than 10% of their budget on doing this administration. They're doing it in less than 10%, which you've taken out. And so I still want to know, and we heard from the Department of Education how overbooked they are now. So who's going to do that? Who's going to pay for it? Where does the money come from?
Sure. So where does the money come from? Money comes from the taxpayer. Where does it go? Currently, money that comes from the taxpayer goes through the Education Trust Fund to our public school districts, and those public school districts have a central office, and then the schools that central office administers, and those costs are, I agree, about 10%. But what you're failing to recognize here is that while significant amount of the EFA dollars are not just going to home schools, but they're going to private schools and other tuition programs that also have an administration and management component that is somewhere between 10 and 15%. So now rather than it being contained in a public school at a total cost to taxpayers of approximately 10% for administration costs, now you've got 10% from the private contractor and another 10 or 15% coming from the tuition the private school. And so now essentially 25% of our taxpayer dollars are being used for non-educational overhead. And that, from an efficiency standpoint, I'm not quite sure why that's appealing to people in this committee, let alone taxpayers who would like to see efficiency improved, and for more of the money, certainly more than 75% of the money of their taxpayer dollars going to student-facing education purposes rather than overhead.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. When we first started talking about education savings accounts back a few years ago, one of the criticisms was based on Arizona, which had the first program in 2011, and the fact that they, a few years later, had an audit that found many problems with the program. That was raised as a reason why we should not go down this route. There are other examples as to problems when a government entity has administered such a program. For instance, Montana Department of Revenue, the Espinoza versus Montana case, where the Department of Revenue Administration said, we have a Blaine Amendment in our Constitution. You cannot send your kids to religious schools. Department of Revenue Administration made that determination contrary to the intent of the law, and the decision was made by the commissioner of that department, who retired a month later. Do you see any danger in a government entity that might change and not be favorable to continuing such a program being placed in charge of such a program?
So thank you for the question. I think that's a good question. Having a program established in law, I think, does put a lot of obligation on the government, and governments are accountable through their elected officials. Currently, there's nobody accountable in the private contractor to members of the public, to the voters, the way government is accountable. That's my first point. My second point is that when asked 2 weeks ago at the Department of Education, when I specifically asked the commissioner what information was reviewed, and this is referring to an interview that he gave on New Hampshire Close Up on WMUR, the Sunday preceding, and where he said he'd reviewed all the information and he was confident that there'd been no abuse and fraud the way there has been in other states with these programs. I simply asked the commissioner, what information did you review and when can we review that material? And the question was avoided. And you know what? I'm not at all confident that through the law that was put into House Bill 2, put into the current state budget, provides any information flow from the private contractor to the Department of Education, let alone anything that's going to give the commissioner or anybody else at the department any satisfaction that there's been no fraud or abuse in this program. Should the Department of Education administer this program, they would have access to that material and be able to make a solid judgment that could be reviewed by other people and by taxpayers as well, in a way that does not disclose personally identifiable information the same way we do for public schools, and provide those assurances. Right now, there's no assurances at all.
In terms of no assurances at all, it seems to me that the legislation does require an audit on an annual basis by an independent auditor of the vendor who is performing the program. There are, I think, or there is testimony we heard from the director of that organization that they provide quarterly reports to the department. And the department did release information in September on their website about the program. The language that's in law now was really based on a Senate bill. Our House bill had additional provisions in it, such as an annual report by the scholarship organization, parent survey, a few other things. And we will have a bill that does put those things back into current law, to help in terms of accountability and transparency. In addition to clarifying that there could be multiple organizations to administer this program, which was unclear in current law. And I have talked to the department, and they will issue an RFP in the future for organizations to come forward, and that the sole source contract initially sent out in 2021 was because this Children's Scholarship Organization was the only one in the state that qualified based on law. So I guess my question is, I'm not sure where the holes you see in accountability are for the program with the requirements we have and the requirements we will add, because in my mind, the best form of accountability is with parents, and they have ultimate accountability for their children, and they certainly do in this program, because if they're unhappy with what's going on, they can walk. And that's not always easy in a public school where they don't have that same ability based on districting. So I'm not sure where you see the holes in the accountability and transparency.
No, thank you. I heard the question in there. Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli. I would just, say simply by the sheer lack of information that has been released so far by the Department of Education, that it is impossible to tell from this that taxpayer money is being spent appropriately. It's been absolutely impossible to get any specific information from the commissioner to exactly what material he reviewed and how he came to the conclusion that he came to and delivered publicly during New Hampshire Close-Up 2 weeks ago. And having the Department of Education administer this at least would put the department in a position where they have access to all of that information. And you're absolutely right. I think when it comes to parents being able to make parents and families and students being able to make their own choices. But when it comes to other people's money, when it comes to taxpayers' money, I don't think that's where the only choice lies. I think taxpayers have a right to know as well, and to elect public officials that carry out their wishes in terms of accountability and oversight and transparency to make sure that their precious taxpayer money is being used in a way that they feel meets the test.
I've got a question for you, Representative Luneau. You mentioned at the beginning you had two questions you were looking at, and one of those was, why should the state be allocating resources for the administration or oversight of this program to the scholarship organization rather than using our own Department of Education? I think that's basically one of the questions you asked. The question I ask you in follow-up to that then, have you worked or developed any kind of a data sheet or worked with trying to get a hold of information to determine what costs the department would actually run into in terms of trying to administer this program that we're talking about, the EFA program, to include all those resources necessary to do this? And can they do that cheaper than a contracted service that we presently have with the scholarship organization?
No, thanks very much for the question. And I would I haven't worked specifically with the department to figure that out, but my time on a school board has given me a lot of background and eyes wide open to what it actually costs to administer an educational program to 3,200 students, which is smaller than the Concord School District, and so I recognize that the Concord School District does not have an extensive staff in the central office to approve purchase orders and review material expenses and budget request items and PO requests that come from the various staff. They certainly work up a budget every year as well and present it to the Concord School Board for approval. and are able to do that within a budget that is contained and supported by the taxpayers here in Concord. So this is obviously, we're zooming out statewide now for the EFA program, but it's still a relatively small number of students by school district size. And if the Department of I'm sure the Department of Education could develop a staffing plan relatively quickly to be able to perform these administrative functions. We know that they developed rules for the Education Freedom Account program very, very quickly, because I think the program was approved in the biennial budget that was signed into law back, it was probably the end of June 2021, and I think by September they had rules before JLCAR. So we know the department can act very quickly when it comes to the Education Freedom Account program, and I have no reason to doubt that they wouldn't be able to act quickly in this case as well.
So in follow-up to my question then, have you gotten any information from the scholarship organization to find out what their actual costs are? You know, we've talked 10% of it all. However, what are the actual costs? Are they coming in underneath that? And have you gotten any information to that effect, or are they spending more than that 10%?
No, I don't have that information. That's a great question, Mr. Chair. I'm simply working with the legislation that establishes the program that says the scholarship organization can keep 10% for their own purposes in administering the program. So I'm basically taking a look at an organization that was awarded what ultimately, over these first 4 years could be a $90 million contract in a no bid vote on the executive council. It's a private organization that's got a current and former state rep on their board, and while they may be the only game in town currently, because I believe they were administering the tax credit scholarship program too, and I don't know how the costs of this program relate to the cost of administering the tax credit scholarship program, to see if they're comparable. That may be something that we could smoke out a little bit, but again, this is in an effort of transparency and accountability to the taxpayers, because ultimately the Department of Education, through its commissioner, is accountable to the taxpayers through the governor.
Further questions?
Could I just answer that question?
Go ahead.
Yes, law for both the EFA program and tax credit scholarship is 10% for administration.
Yeah. Okay. And we had discussed that when we passed the bill, whether 10%, well, we juggled that around a little bit, whether it was too much or not enough. So I think it might be worth our while going back and looking at some of that testimony we had. Representative Tanner.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. And thanks to my new law book, I'm able to, on 21-9:7-A is the Freedom Accounts Administrator position that we put in place last year. At the end of last year, we actually voted in last year. And that position within the Division of the Education Analytics and Resources is a classified employee at no less than the level of Administrator 2. And then it goes on to tell about how it's supposed to oversee the program and coordinate and provide technical assistance to students, parents, and the scholarship organizations, plural. My question is, do we know who has that position in the Department of Education right now, or if it is filled at all, and whether that's part of the 10% that the scholarship organization gets for administration?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative Tanner. I sort of suspect, since that's in our law book, and that the scholarship organization doesn't pay for that. Is there an appropriation in the law?
It says that the position it's established within the Division of Education and Analytics, and at no less than the level of
Yeah,
administrator too.
so that's a
assume
state,
that
that's
it's
a state employee.
Yeah.
And so that's a taxpayer funded position. And I don't think, but I certainly don't know that the scholarship organization reimburses the Department of Education for that position. I don't have any reason to believe that they would. If that's the, if that's one of the questions, but I also am not aware, I'm aware of that position. I'm not aware if that position's been filled.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Yes, it's currently not filled. They had one round of submission of resumes and interviews for the position, and they ended up hiring none of those candidates, and they have gone out for a second round. And I think that the due date is this week for responses to that second round.
Thank you. Question, Representative Lekes.
Thank you, thank you. I'm wondering what, all of the information on the sheets that we got, 16 pages, all came from the DOE website. My understanding is everything that you've been asking for is on the DOE website, so talk about transparency. It's all there, and they even have, their financial statements are on the DOE website. Everything is there. So my question is, what is it that you want to know that's not already up there for you to see? What is not transparent?
So thanks very much for the question. When you take a look at, and I'll try to be specific on this, in the just looking at spending categories, start of program through June 30th, 2022. And there's a dollar item, computer hardware, internet connectivity, and other technological services and devices for $504,000. I don't know what these things are, how they're being used, who's using them, where they were purchased from. There's also some things that I think are even more opaque than that. And just sort of going down here, textbooks, curriculum, or other instructional and supplemental materials, or online instruction required by curriculum or provider, school uniforms. And you've got school uniforms actually in several places or another place that's by itself. So some of these spending categories, they're clearly, I mean, there's a lot of textbook seems to be everywhere, tuition seems to be everywhere. Various therapies, I don't know what those are. I'm probably not the person to review them, but perhaps somebody that's an education expert to be able to look at these things, look at some of these purchases, as opposed to the categories that a private contractor has put them into, and say, yeah, maybe that's not a good use of taxpayer dollars. Certainly, I think one of the examples we found in Arizona was one of the some of the taxpayer money was used to buy like a jet ski or something like that. I don't know if a jet ski fits into any of these categories or not. If there's any of these categories that talk about other technological services or devices, I just can't tell from this. And I'm not saying that again that I'm the expert to be able to do that. But I think somebody that does have some governance responsibility through a department to the governor would clearly be in a chain of accountability where the current organization administering the program isn't.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I'm just wondering, based on your reading of some of those categories, are you looking for information? I'm concerned about privacy. for the name of someone who's getting like physical therapy or something and how much they paid for that? I'm not sure what level of information is missing that you're looking for.
No, I'm not looking for that. I'm not looking at anything that I think would be beyond what a municipal budget committee would be looking for, and all that information is subject to review by any of us who request that. And my experience, my experience 12 years on the Hopkins board, I think that's probably 8 or 9 or 10 years as the board rep to the budget committee. Budget committees review very detailed expense information. Certainly personally identifiable information is redacted from those reports. We did have a budget committee member years ago that actually wanted to have the names of people, and I basically shut that line of discussion down. So I absolutely agree with you, Representative Cordelli, that protection of this sensitive information that's identifiable back to a student and a family is very, very important. And I would not want to see the department put any of these families in a sensitive situation. And I think the department has gone out of its way to protect students and families who are in a school district where there may be a small number of students with certain special needs conditions, and being able to mask out that information. So I wouldn't expect the department would do any differently with this data.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to rewind for a moment to a point that was made regarding that perhaps administrative costs of this program could be as high as 25% because they're essentially doubled between the schools and the program itself. But to get to the bill, we don't know as of right now what it would cost in administrative fees to move this from a scholarship program to the Department of Education. And in either case, I don't see anywhere in this bill that the administrative costs associated with private schools are affected whatsoever. Could you walk me through how this bill might offset or lower or prevent that doubling of administrative costs?
So no, that's a good question. It certainly wouldn't reduce the administrative costs associated with private schools. Should the administration of the program move over to the department, there'd certainly be another level of inefficiency in there. So I'm granting you that. I don't think it would be 10% of the program costs, because if 10% over a 4-year period is $9 million, that's a lot of staffing, and I don't think it takes somebody with too much business experience or too much school board experience to realize that a program that has 3,200 kids in it doesn't require that much administration to particularly when you're not actually administrating the development of your according to these expenses. Some of them are buying off the shelf curriculum, certainly paying tuition at private schools. You're not administering the private school. They're doing that themselves. They're administering the payment to the private school and that interface with the student. There's just I don't think it takes much to think that the department could do that maybe more efficiently.
Thank you.
Representative Luna, are we making some decisions here based upon a sheet that might be a summary or not? Certainly, it's not the way we would do our municipal accounting with the spreadsheets and the object codes and all that, numbers and all that on it for certain categories. It doesn't look to me like this has this, but what I understood, there was a program which the scholarship organization had purchased that would do all that. I don't think we're looking at that program here. And so, hold on.
Well, so this is the information that's available on the department website.
Yeah, okay.
So I think you might be was there a program called like Digital Wallet or something? Class Wallet. So I haven't seen that information where where, you know, actual POs and, you know, purchase order to Amazon for, you know, Windows laptop or something like that. You know, what we're seeing here is Amazon is the largest vendor, and we're seeing computer devices being the third or fourth biggest cost, or mechanical being the
This sheet's
third.
not broken down by departments or.
No, it's not.
Or specific areas like administration, you know.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
And that's maybe available.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I haven't seen it available on anything that's been pointed in my direction, and certainly all of our times on school boards and budget committees, we're familiar with our inch-thick annual reports that we present to our our voters in town during school district and annual meetings, and the DOE 25 that's laid out in there, and the audit report that's laid out in there, and the detailed budget requests that get right down to the line by line. What are you requesting in 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, which are the big lines in a school budget, and then the detailed. I mean, we've had budget committee members request 5-inch thick printouts of detailed line by line. I mean, I don't know what anybody's going to do going through all of that, but certainly that would be something that a department would be able, that the Department of Education would be able to use to audit a program.
Representative Lekes.
Yes, I have an answer to those. The DOE does have all of that. The auditors had all of that. It's a huge spreadsheet. It has every single, but it also has the students' names, all of that stuff, which, as you said, are a privacy issue, so they couldn't put that out on the website. But the auditors had all of that information, line by line, every single purchase and exactly what it was for. And the DOE has that. It's a huge spreadsheet. We, the public, don't have that. We, because that includes all kinds of personal identifying information. And that's why we don't have it. And it was meant to be easier to read if we had the categories as opposed to every single computer, because like you said, pages, I mean, that's an 18-page report as it is, and it would be an inch thick, and we don't each need an inch thick. But that information is there. It's all tracked. The auditors had every penny spent, and the DOE has that information.
I would be very concerned with any kind of an audit or performance audit or anything that had student names in it.
Right.
I wouldn't accept that. I don't think that's an issue of transparency. I think that if you're going to use like a unique pupil identifier or something like that, other than the student's name, we got to be very careful.
Yeah, and along those same lines, Mr. Chair, I think the department should, when getting these reports from the private contractor, should make sure that there's no personally identifiable information in these reports. The same way our school districts make these reports available to budget committees with that information removed.
My concern right now, and it's not a question, but is that we have a lot of conjecture going on here right now, and we have not seen this information we're talking about. So I think we got to be very, very careful.
Yeah. I agree.
Other questions? Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For a second, drawing the focus back to page 2, line 26, which is the statewide student assessments, and it's a two-part question. How would you address concerns that this is duplicative of students attending charter public schools that use EFAs for additional support, maybe an outside tutor, who are already required by, as it's written, RSA 193C to take the statewide exam? And then the second part is, would you address the concern that this is an additional burden on private schools who do not ordinarily provide the statewide assessment to all students, or homeschools as well?
So no, thanks for the question. I think it's a great question. I think to the first part of that, I don't think it would be duplicative. I think you do it for one or the other, and it covers the requirement in both. You don't have to take the state assessment twice. To the second part, private schools are offered, as we've heard this week, last week, are offered by the department should they wish to where students can take the statewide assessment. So it's not opening the door to something that doesn't exist already in law. And they certainly don't have to do it for all their students, because there's no law that says that. But for students who are having their tuition paid for by public taxpayers, I think there is an accountability back to the taxpayer. And should a family say, no, we don't want to subject our student to a statewide assessment, then you know what, they don't have to be part of the Education Freedom Account program. Obviously, it only existed up to 2 years ago. So they could certainly do it without.
Follow up?
Yes.
So again, with these students, if they're in a private school and that school doesn't ordinarily offer it, of course they can. That seems to be an additional burden on that school, but more importantly on the student who might be singled out from their classmates saying, you must take this exam, while the other classmates can continue with the other scheduled curriculum. So how is it so that these students aren't singled out and that it's not, oh, this student's a part of the Freedom Account program and the other students shouldn't know that information? Like you said, these personal identifiable characteristics. So how is that prevented if they are required to take this?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think state assessments were actually being done online during a couple of years. I think I'd heard that. So there may be ways to get those performance indicators in a way that doesn't it doesn't single out the student publicly, but I certainly share your concern there. But I think there's probably a solution to that could exist outside of law specifying. I think it's also important to remember that statutes end up becoming a framework. We don't necessarily, the statute doesn't necessarily specify every last little item. There is rulemaking authority on the part of the Department of Education for under 190. What statute are we in? 194F.
Yes.
I believe there's rulemaking. I know there's rulemaking authority under 194F. So the department would be able to promulgate rules through JLCAR to address that.
Thank you.
I'm gonna allow a couple more questions of the presenter. We do have another very important bill that's right on top of us here coming up. And I'm gonna get to that. Go ahead, Representative Cascade.
Thank you. Obviously, there's a lot of interpretation of the word accountable and transparency. And just want to do a little education before I ask you my question in regards to this bill, if I may. Accountability is if you're getting money and you're going to these retailers of BJ's and Costco's to buy snacks for your child, or you're buying ballet slippers for someone at a ballet school, valid, very valid. If that money's coming out of my own personal budget, I'm accountable for that. But when my property taxes are given to someone to go purchase that, when somebody not on a Freedom account has to buy it out of their own budget, I ask you, where is that fair? And to give an example, accounting manuals, and I think you mentioned it, compared to the accountability of this financial report, all public schools have an accounts payable clerk, and every expense, which includes the number of that item, the vendor, who's it for, why is it for, why does it need to be replaced, what's the per unit cost and the total cost, and those items are put into the financial manifest given to all the public school boards to approve every individual expense and vendor before you can spend that money. And a school board member can say, nope, we're not buying something for the music department. No, we're not buying it. So you have to pull that and you're not buying it. That's public transparency because your board members are elected officials elected to represent your whole community. And so there's a difference in transparency there. And I think that's what your bill is focusing on, is to make sure, I mean, this financial report is horrible. It has no number of textbooks. What kind are they? Who are they for? Same for anything else on that list. And then the accountability fact sheet doesn't even have the same information on year one as it does on year two. And I'm getting to my question though, if the Department of Ed were to overtake this project, it already sounds from what Representative Cordelli says, there'll be a staff person. So that shouldn't be an issue, but I want to know, well, all of these reports, and I have about 22 of them that a public school is accountable for transparency, which includes school safety, asbestos management, emergency management plans, air quality assessment, assessments, student progress, student growth. I have at least 22. How about the DOE 25, which is extremely thorough and time consuming? Yeah, I know you're laughing.
They need to redo that one too.
Right. But that is transparency. That tells every taxpayer in my neighborhood on what the dollar that was collected from their pocket is being spent on, whether they like it or not. That's why you have public meetings. So I think there's a little education that needs to be done. It's not pro how you're educating kids versus they all got to go to public, because I don't believe that. But when my property tax dollars are going to personal choice questions and it doesn't get reported out, that's a sin. So my question is, is if this passed so that the department person that we're hiring for EFAs, would they be accountable for all the same reporting, public reportings that are in iPlatform, all of those data reports? I mean, would you expect that to occur so that there would be transparency? And I think that would truly strengthen what people are trying to do.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Dr. Cascadden, and I think your explanation of how transparency and accountability go hand in hand is important, because it's hard to have accountability if you don't have transparency in place where taxpayers can see how their money is being spent and then can make a decision in the voting booth as opposed, in terms of who they want representing them making these policy decisions, and the oversight element as well is very important. And Representative Cordelli laid out how there was a bill that passed last year that I think Representative Fellows had introduced that actually does have an oversight audit, legislative oversight audit of the Education Freedom Account program. It doesn't begin, I think, until 2024, 2025. So we haven't seen that yet. But it's hard to have oversight when you don't have transparency, when you don't have the data there to look at, and let me make sure I get the rest of what you asked about, Corrine.
Because I follow the state reports like the DOE 25, the MS 25 to the DR.
Right.
Asbestos management, air quality, emergency management plans, student assessment, progress growth.
Yeah, so I'm not, again, I'm not, this bill is not the bill that requires all of that reporting in there, but it would be a start to have the department be able to collect and collect that information, review that information, make that information transparent to taxpayers in a way that protects student and family identity, just the same way school districts do when presenting that information to budget committees and presenting that information to voters. And it really moves, I think, the program in the right direction to not have a level of worry and suspicion because we just don't know how money is being spent.
Thank you very much. We're going to have to, we have some other folks waiting that are coming on the next bill, which is Medicaid Direct. So not to the committee, no. No, we're closing this down. We're going on to the next, the questions don't come from us, they go to him, and we're done with this presenter.
Well, you're not done with me.
Well, you know, no, I know, I gotta live with you the rest of the year.
Actually, at least the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, exactly. So can you try to close it up though, because we are,
I'm done.
okay, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. No, it's all you guys.
Thank you very much. We don't have any other pink cards on this one right now, other
Yeah.
than the prime here. So we're gonna close this hearing. It's done.
Actually, I'm not even sure you got one from me.
No, I never do get one.
But I will. No, you do. It just, they come in later.
They're always after the fact.
I'll give you 3 after we're done.
Try going across the border without your passport.
Yeah.
Okay,
I got a card.
okay, yeah. Other words,
No.
you can stand down.
No, I'm introducing the next one
Oh, you're gonna do that for Mary?
for Mary. Yeah. Yeah, she talked with you yesterday
That's
about
right,
it.
exactly. Okay, good. Oh, that's what you're referencing.
That's what I said. You're not done with me.
That's good. Okay, we're going ahead now with HB 601. This is a bill relative to state participation in the Medicaid Direct Certification Program for free and reduced price school meals. So with that, the prime sponsor, Mary Heath, is not available at this point in time, so Representative Luno is going to present the bill.
So great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Dave Luno, representing Merrimack County District 9, the people who live in Bow and Hopkinton, and like I said, all across the Granite State. Thank you for allowing me to introduce House Bill 601 in lieu of the prime sponsor, the representative from Manchester. And I'm delighted to have the opportunity to do this. The Chair Ladd and I were involved in an ad hoc committee last year before, on specifically this item, and it's important for this committee. It's important for people all across the state, and I'll briefly tell you why, and then I think turn it over to.
Well, we have several other people here. We have the Health and Human Services here and the Manchester School Board's here also.
Okay, and I also. I believe Mark Manganiello is going to also be here for technical advice, but we may be. I think we're probably covered.
And we also have this bill set up for a work session in the following.
And that may be the.
Yeah. Oh, here's Mark.
Yeah, here we go. So perfect. So House Bill 601 is actually it sounds relatively benign in terms of what it's asking to do, but it has very important manifestations in a couple of different areas that are important to taxpayers, families, and students all across the state. The title of the bill is relative to participation in the Medicaid Direct Certification Program for free and reduced price school meals. So the free and reduced price lunch program or school meal program is, I think we all know, part of the National School Lunch Program administered by the United States Department of Agriculture, and it basically and Mr. Manganiello can probably explain the mechanics behind this. It basically provides federal funds to through the Department of Education to school districts who make meals available on a free and reduced price basis to students. So prior to the pandemic, and Representative Ladd, I'd really appreciate you jumping in with the numbers, because I meant to fill in a couple blanks and I just never got a chance to. But prior to the pandemic, I think we had about 48,000 students in the free and reduced price lunch program.
Mark will be able to give us that almost
Okay.
exactly. So,
It was something in that range, but even that number doesn't actually reflect the number of students across the state who would be eligible at 185% of the federal poverty level, who would be eligible to participate in the free and reduced price lunch program. So it's already an underrepresented number, and I think we've probably all heard, anecdotal references from school building principals. The chair has mentioned it a couple times based on his experience in public education, that sometimes it's like pulling teeth to get a student to return a free and reduced price lunch application to be able to participate in the program. There can be a number of different reasons behind that. Either the paperwork doesn't get delivered home, or they never got the paperwork to begin with, or they didn't feel like writing down all the thing, or they just wanted to be private and not go into it. But anyway, the number really doesn't reflect the actual eligibility from these low income households across the state. But since the pandemic, and this is where I think it really has impacted students and primarily students for now. The number of during the pandemic, the Department of Agriculture issued waivers to local school districts so that they didn't have to collect free and reduced price lunch application forms for students. Everybody be eligible. So kids, I think in most schools, got free lunches during the pandemic, and didn't have to submit any paperwork. And now, we've got that inertia built into the system where paperwork just isn't being returned to do this. And I think now, looking at the DOE numbers, it may be 35,000 students or something right around there. So off by almost 20% or so from where we were pre-pandemic. And so, what does that mean? Well, for families, it means that they need to, some families are going to need to be spending, $25 or $30 a week, maybe $40 or $50 a week on breakfast and lunch programs where they'd be eligible instead for a free meal. And these are low income families to begin with. And maybe these kids are going without without lunch, without breakfast. I don't know. But in any case, they're not getting the access to the federal fund through the federal funds program to support their meals during the school day. And I, another, it's hard to get this information out to families, but today, I think schools are very much up to speed with electronic point of sale systems, so that it's not kids reaching into their pocket for a $5 bill and giving it to the lunch person and them ringing it up, and then the next kid in line, oh, that's okay, Dave, you're free and reduced, you can just go right through, no reaching into the pocket for cash. They're cashless. They're using their student ID to swipe through. In some cases, debits at $5. In other cases, it just goes right through, and because they're a member of the program. So I think we were talking about student privacy earlier. That's important. I think school districts have really upgraded their systems to do that. So House Bill 601, by passing this, would allow would actually direct the Department of Education to participate in a program that's now a pilot program being offered by the department. I think it's the Department of Agriculture to use, or maybe DHHS in conjunction with DHHS.
You're right.
Yeah.
USDA.
Yeah. To use Medicaid data to qualify students for free and reduced price lunch, and it can be done automatically. And in fact, it can be just done automatically. No paperwork required. No hassle on the part of the student, on the family. It happens. Privacy is protected. This is data that the state has already has. And we'd be able to use it because 601 would direct the department to work with our other Health and Human Services in New Hampshire to be able to rely on to use this data to identify the students who qualify for free and reduced price lunch. It's good for families, good for kids, good for student outcomes. You know, we heard the connection that, you know, when kids are fueled up, they do better in class too. But there's another important factor too. A significant amount of the state's adequacy grant is tied to the number of free and reduced price lunch students a district has. And it's significant. Mark can tell you the number. I just don't have it off the top of my head.
You might explain how FY19, we have to back off to FY19 to figure out, because of that period of time where we weren't, and how that identifies poverty and all the associated figures and budgets.
So the state of New Hampshire used in its adequacy formula. So now we're at 198.40A, 198:40A, and it uses free and reduced price lunch in the adequacy formula as a proxy for students who come for the number of students that come from low income families. It's not perfect, it's not great, but it's the best we had until now in New Hampshire. And there's strong data that suggests, and the state of New Hampshire has embraced this connection for decades now, that it costs more for a district to educate all their students when there's a higher number of students that come from low-income families than in a district where there's very few students that come from low-income families. So it's not a personal thing, like it costs more to educate Dave Luno because he comes from a low-income family, you know, than it does Mel Myler because he doesn't. It's not that. It's the whole district-wide cost. So when the free and reduced price lunch student count falls, so does the state adequacy grant to school districts that the school districts use to educate all their kids. Doesn't mean their budget's any lower. It doesn't mean their costs are less, but it does mean that they get less money from the state. And we know when you get less money from the state, you get more money from the local property taxpayers, and you know, and that's something that's particularly hard on so many cities and towns all across New Hampshire. So bottom line is, and I'll hand it over to the technical experts, is that 601 allows us to automate the process, be better reflective of the students and where they go to school. Who qualify for who are basically qualify for free and reduced price lunch, and make sure that those students are getting the federal benefit that they need, saving their families thousands of dollars a year, you know, across the state. And number two, making sure districts are getting the resources that they're owed from the state of New Hampshire based on the low income concentration that they face. Obviously, it varies widely. Places like I'm always pointing over at Representative Cornell. So Manchester has I think one of the highest low income low economic populations in the state, but it's all over the state. They certainly have the highest number, but North Country, all across the state, there's places that don't, but that's why we've got a dynamic school funding formula that takes into account that. This will help to automate that process, be fair for families and taxpayers.
Thank you very much. Questions? Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I just want to clarify and make sure I'm understanding this correctly. And just for background, because I know the terms confuse a lot of people. So Medicaid is children and pregnant women and some disability, folks with disabilities, versus Medicare is for people over 65. So if I understand this correctly, what would happen is folks who are already certified in Medicaid, the children, that information would be communicated from Health and Human Services to DOE to mitigate the need to do free and reduced price application. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, but I think that's a great technical question to the folks who are going to come up.
I'll revisit it. Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Representative Ono, thank you for bringing this topic forward for Representative Heath and others. And I see it's clearly a extremely bipartisan bill.
I should note that this language was originally put forth by Representative Umberger.
Okay. Good one. Okay. That being said, the question I have is, would this bill negate the current process that's used from students that's currently do paper and applications, or this just supplement it?
I believe it would negate that process so that you would not have principals chasing down kids for paperwork.
Okay, so there, Matt,
go ahead.
Okay, so your thinking is by doing it this way, it's going to be expanding the eligibility, not the eligibility pool, but expanding the pool, let those folks know they're eligible and participate.
Correct. You'll be much closer to the full eligibility number than the current paperwork approach is getting us.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Cornell.
And this might be a technical question too, but does every kid who gets free and reduced lunch, are they always on Medicaid already?
I don't know the answer to that.
No,
No, and I think that's, I think that's a good technical question. I think that it's also important to note that this isn't okay, we've hit the switch and we go from paperwork to this. This is a pilot program. There's a lot of data that needs to be shared, analysis that needs to be done, and then implementation of it. So this isn't a hit the switch, let's start it right now type of thing. But I think all of that will be able to come out in the technical discussion.
Any further questions, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. You mentioned in terms of the current application process, there's a whole host of reasons why family might not return an application. One of them was because they wanted to be private and don't want to do it. What about those families? What about those parents who might not want to participate in this program, but now are automatically enrolled in the program without any chance to decline participation?
Yeah, thanks. So this isn't really defining. This is defining going into the pilot program. I think that's an important point. That if a family a family wanted to opt out, they certainly could. I don't think you can force any student to necessarily eat a meal that's put in front of them, by the school district. They could always bring a bag lunch. They could, seniors in some districts have open campus, so I don't think it prevents them from seeking other options, but it just simplifies the process.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But still, that family's information is being transferred without their knowledge and without their consent. So the opt-out might apply to a kid eating lunch, but it doesn't apply to an opt-out for their personal information.
I hear what you're saying. I think that it would be, if the state decides to move forward with a pilot and then move forward with an implementation, that it could consider what other states are doing, in this vein. A lot of other states, probably people who've been principals in states outside of New Hampshire might be able to talk about how it might be done differently in other states using a similar process to this, maybe not with Medicaid data, but with other data. But but I absolutely hear what you're saying, Representative Cordelli, and I'm sure that a policy could be put in place that protects the privacy of these students and families.
Representative Tanner?
Medicaid isn't, it's an opt-in program in itself, isn't it?
I'm not a Medicaid expert, but I think you have to, yes, you're right.
We do have HHS here.
Yeah.
Which can help us on that one.
Yes.
Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there any concern here that adopting yet another federal program puts the state in a position where we're crafting more of our rules around federal programs that could be changed at any time by the federal government?
So thanks for asking the question. Medicaid's not a federal program. It's a state run program with a federal match to it. But the state defines the terms of Medicaid. We'll be seeing some more of that, and I think Medicaid specific legislation coming over from the Senate. But this is like I said, simply to make it easier on students and families. I think there may be some conditions such as what Representative Cordelli has pointed out that would need to be addressed as a program gets defined. But I think we're at the earliest of the early stages of just trying to understand of what a program could look
The
like.
other concern is we may be leaving money on the table. We have a lot of federal programs. For example, Carl Perkins is one which the Carl Perkins grant's also based on poverty. That's part of in that equation. So if we do leave money on the table, we're losing out on that federal dollars, and it means that we end up as a state having to cough it up. And, here we are, we're going to have our local taxpayer pay it.
Right.
So it's something that we need to look into here, and we need more information on it. I think that's where
That's exactly what this is.
Yes. Representative Eckes?
Thank you, and thank you for looking into this. I did last year read the application form, and it didn't give us an option of applying and checking it out. It basically said, if we apply, we are promising to follow through all of it and to become part of the program if we're accepted, et cetera, et cetera. I wasn't sure if you were aware of that, but given that, I'm wondering if this is if Medicaid is statewide and is state overseen, why we are pursuing this federal program that has us turn in all kinds of different information and make commitments to follow through and all of that. Why are we not just looking at our state Medicaid numbers ourselves?
Thank you very much for the question, and I think that would be a good technical question for the people coming up. Folks coming up.
We're seeing our Medicaid numbers double. We were talking about 50,000 at one point in time. I think we're up 90 something right now, 94,000 or so. That's what I heard from BIA the other day. Now, I don't know where they're getting their information, but something for us to think about. Any other questions? We do have other people on this one right here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Robert Barry from HHS. Hey, Robert, do you want to speak now, or are you wanting to? Either way.
It's probably better if I defer. I'm not here to talk about the nuances. I'm here more to talk about the relationship between the Department of Health and Human Services and
Okay, that's
so I'm very narrow in scope.
So good. What we'll do is hold you off then. Okay. Thank you. The next person I have here is Lori Milliken. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Representative Ladd and members of the committee, thank you so much for allowing me to talk today. I'll make a couple of points because I'm giving you a bunch of paper. I am very interested in the issue of the Department of Education. I think it's important that we have a strong, robust, and well-funded Department of Education. I think it's important that we have a strong, robust, and well-funded Department of Education. I think it's important that we have a strong, robust, and well-funded Department of Education. I think it's important that we have a strong, robust, and well-funded Department of Education. I think it's important that we have a strong, robust, and well-funded Department of Education. I think it's important that we have a strong, robust, and well-funded Department of Education. I think it's important that we have a strong, robust, and well-funded Department of Education. I think it's important that we have a strong, robust, and well-funded Department of Education. I think it's important that we have a strong, robust, and well-funded Department of Education. I think it's important that we have a strong, robust, and well-funded Department of Education. I think it's important that we have a strong, robust, and well-funded Department of Education. I think it's important that we have a strong, robust, and well-funded Department of So Medicaid direct certification is, as Representative, I'll try to be brief because he covered a lot of my points. So I'll just say that Medicaid direct cert reduces child hunger and reduces the administrative burden on schools. At New Hampshire Hunger Solutions, we feel that it improves, and many other folks believe that it improves student access to healthy meals and reduces food insecurity with important positive outcomes for children's health, learning, and behavior. It increases efficiency by reducing administrative burden, reduces school meal enrollment errors, and more accurately measures children living in poverty. I just wanted to note that USDA has been running the pilot since 2012, and 39 other states are participating. So this is not, a new idea. And most states who participate found that it lowered administrative costs to schools, increased accuracy of the data, and of course, increased student access. The departments will tell you that they've been doing direct certification for other programs for the last 16 years, for SNAP, for TANF, and a number of other programs. And they know how to do it to protect privacy. And just to be clear, nobody makes children eat meals. There's that if a family sends a meal with their child, they do not have to participate, even if they're certified. It is not a reach out and force this child to eat a meal. That never happens. So the opt out is to send your child with a meal to school. I just wanted to note that the staff from schools can tell you with more eloquence than I, but the staff and paperwork that are currently required to manage the free and reduced meal program, collecting those forms, is not insignificant. And this really streamlines the process in a way that allows school food service directors to focus on feeding children and creating the best nutritional program that they can. And I'll just close by saying hunger levels in New Hampshire are high right now. In the last Census Household Pulse Survey, 177,503 households with children reported having insufficient food. And that's an increase of over 30,000 since this August. With food insecurity rates climbing, school meals are even more essential to children's well-being than ever. And I urge you to support this bill.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Leckers.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. I'm trying to understand this whole program and how it all fits together with the other programs. And as you mentioned, we already direct certify with TANF and, some of the others. And my question is, if we do this Medicaid direct certification with the federal government, who also supplies the money or some of the money for the free and reduced lunch, and if we do that, can we still do other methods? Like if we turn in, X number of students and that's greater than the number that we get from Medicaid because maybe they're not on Medicaid, but they are in one of these other programs, can we still do that, or will they only then take the people in this direct and we can no longer do those other certifications?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I just want to be sure I understand. So is the question that you're asking, if we do Medicaid direct certification, could other children be included for free and reduced meals? Is that what you're asking?
Like we do now with TANF, if there's somebody who is, or one of those other programs uses that, but hasn't applied for and doesn't take Medicaid, will the federal government still honor that money for the TANF student or whatever if we're doing the Medicaid direct, or will they only pay us for the Medicaid direct students?
No, Medicaid, sorry. So Medicaid Direct Certification is just the process of sharing the data across the agencies. The Free and Reduced Meal Program has its own eligibility, which this doesn't change. Children are at free at 130% of poverty and reduced at 185% of poverty. And children who are not on the Medicaid program who meet those qualifications could apply for free and reduced meals, and federal dollars pay 100% of the meal part.
So they would still do that?
They would still do that. Yes, sure.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Cascadon?
Very similar on the coattails of Representative Lakis. SNAP and TANF, we usually just, whoever does the direct cert in the district gets only a case number from the family. So would that, Medicaid would be a third program as an option for free and reduced, so that maybe a case number would just be added? Or do Medicaid recipients, do they also receive SNAP and TANF so that it would just be the Medicaid number that the school would get to certify?
So thank you
I'm trying to see if there's a difference, because I think no matter what, I suspect we're going to need online applications or paper applications so you don't miss kids who don't qualify for these social programs.
Well, thank you for the question. And in terms of what exactly the data matching looks like, I can't actually answer that question, but I bet some of my fellow testifiers in the room can. I will say that the programs that are directly certified include SNAP, TANF, kids who are homeless, kids who are in the foster care system, and Head Start. And I'm sure I'll be corrected by someone else if I've missed something. But I think that adding Medicaid would be a similar process.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Dave Alcox?
Hi. Hi.
Welcome.
Welcome. I'm just so honored to be in front of all of you. I took the liberty of reading all your biographies online before I came here today. And I am absolutely blown away by, congratulations as being the youngest rep and the second youngest in the country.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your yellow lab. There's so many things I read all the great things about you. If you want to know like what I found particularly appealing, and I believe Keene State over here, correct? I also made that bad mistake of going there as well for my undergrad. But there's so many great opportunities. But what I'm here to do is obviously I am in support of this bill. I was a teacher at Milford High for 25 years, and I know many of you had already talked about different stories. And I again, as with all your biographies, you've all had an attachment to education. In your case, from Alaska to Maine, and I know you've gone, so you've seen it all. But my point is, as a teacher, my room was actually right outside the cafeteria. When you opened up my door, you stepped into the cafeteria at Milford High School. So my students never had a reason to be late from lunch, or even they were always the first ones in line at lunch, which is even better. But in that capacity, I also was able to have the milks that were left out in the cafeteria, or the orange juices left out. I was the one that could gather them all up and bring them in and put them into my classroom refrigerator. And because I had C block off, which was our lunch period, my door was always open, because quite often kids need sometimes another place to go other than the cafeteria. So my room was very accommodating. We always had music. We always had, but more importantly, I always had snacks, and that was incredibly important. I could go down a litany of students, and many of you probably could too, about how important food was for their educational process. A well-fed kid, mileage, the mileage you get. I'll actually use myself as my example, though. When I was in 7th grade, my dad, thinking that it was going to be a good idea to separate my brother and I and give us each a separate room, split our room in half, and I got one half, he got the other. Unfortunately, my brother got the half with the heating duct in it. I did not, which was supposed to get fixed for the next 12 years, but never did. I could actually scrape ice off the window in my room. My girlfriend in 10th grade gave me a space blanket that was supposed to warm me up like the astronauts. I don't know if that worked or not, but when I went to Bishop Curtin High School, basically on scholarship, and I was amazed that my life was a lot different than others. I went to my friend's house, Errol's, whose father was a dentist. When I walked in his front door, he had a water fountain in the middle of their entrance. The only thing that was wet in my house was the smell of wet dog on our carpet and on our couches. So I knew things were different. And I knew, something was up. My mother had gone to 8th grade, dropped out and became a hairdresser. My dad was kind of a deadbeat, so we were kind of on our own. And I didn't have the same luxuries as they did. And I was an average kid, but I always was going to school hungry. BG didn't have a free, free and reduced lunch. It was a private school, so we didn't get any of that. So it was really interesting how you could go through school and learn how to starve. But what a shock when I went to Keene State and they actually had a dining commons, and that I gained my freshman 15 in 2 weeks. It was amazing. But more importantly, just the story I want to say is that I was going to get milk one of the days, and at Keene State you had chocolate milk, whole milk and 2% milk. So I filled up my chocolate milk with half a glass, and I went over to the whole milk and I started to pour whole milk in it. And one of my friends was like, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Well, you have to cut the chocolate milk because it's too rich, it's too thick, you can't drink it on its own." And he's looking at me and he's like, "Are you nuts?" And I'm like, "Well, no, that's what my mother always did. That's what we did." And he sat there and he said, "You should try it just by itself and see how that works out." And my wife also went to Revere College and she had the same system there too. And I was blown away that, my mother kept that a secret, and that's the way it was. And so living through that type of poverty and just to backtrack a little bit, when I was at Girton, there was a brother Charles that I had who figured it out, like whether because I wore the same clothes all the time or the same tie all the time, he kind of figured it out that I needed something and I needed, so he always had a little cabinet, and many of you teachers know this, we always have our own little cabinet. Mine was the lower bottom right drawer where we had Snack Central, and everybody who says teachers pay, but we also pay most of our money not for school supplies, but for snacks as well. He always hooked me up with a snack, and it was very, very important because I would actually, he even gave me he said, "Look, just come here in the morning, nobody's around, grab a snack." I used to drink Welch's grape juice, which I never even, I didn't like grape juice, but I drank it because that was there. And he also had crackers and stuff too, and Little Debbie snacks. When I became a teacher, I realized how important that was, and I carried on that same tradition. And again, like my room was right next to the CAF, and you could always make sure that kids could have a snack. And the same thing, my room was open every morning for lunch and so on like that. I really believe that we're one bite away quite often, or one meal away from turning a kid. I was an average kid. I could have gone either way. It would have been really, really easy for me to take a bad road, and to have somebody invest in me changed the entire outlook of my life. I just retired from Milford High School. In my 25-year tenure, I was nationally recognized twice as Teacher of the Year. I was 4-time New Hampshire Teacher of the Year. I was a James Madison Fellow recipient in 2000. I was the president of the New Hampshire Council for Social Studies. I believe that none of that would have happened if I didn't have the right direction. Do you know what I mean? And I think, lots of times we sit there as educators and say, where are the Thomas Jeffersons, where are the George Washingtons, where are the James Madisons? And they're in the classroom. You just got to kind of give them a chance, you know what I mean? And if you don't cultivate that, they could be anybody. They could be that kid that's starving, and you give them a little bit of nutrition, like, well, you're a constitutionalist, like Jefferson says, the tree of liberty needs to be watered, right? You water a child once in a while, and there you go, and the next thing you know, you have a producing adult. Sadly, just as an end note, I went to go thank Brother Charles. He was kind of put to pasture when they retired down in Rhode Island for BG. And I took my 12-year-old daughter down there the year when I won my first National Teacher of the Year, just to let him know. Oh my God, I'm getting emotional. And when I went down there, he was suffering from Alzheimer's, so he never got the chance to know just how important he was to me. So don't take that away from anybody else. and I'm all better now. I can compose myself. I'm good. But so that's just a quick story. Like we all have stories, but I just thought that sometimes, you know, my story was just as important as the number 25 years of kids that came in and out of my door. I know I went over a little more than 5 minutes. I'm sorry, but thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for letting me address you all. And congratulations, you all have so many amazing accolades to your resumes and stuff. I'm just so 9 children. I'm just so honored to be part of this body today. So thank you very much.
Well, you may know too much here, huh?
No.
Thanks very much. Are there any questions? Representative Myler.
I want to thank you for your service and the number of students that you have touched in your professional career. You have made a difference in their lives. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, sir. And may I say, you've made a difference too because of all the things you did for the NEA. So,
Dave, before you escape, this is your address and phone number because we are looking at, on the Oversight Committee, social studies. You said you are president of the New Hampshire Social Studies, not now, but counts, but at one point in time.
yes, as Jefferson says, you know,
We're gonna
little
tap-
civic
we're gonna
duty every
tap
now and then.
Tap your knowledge, if you don't mind, if we can give you a call somewhere along the way and talk to you a little bit about social studies.
Sir, I'd be honored. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much.
Thank you all.
Okay, let me get that down. Sean Parr?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and the members of the committee. Nice to see you again. My name is Sean Parr. I'm on the Manchester School Board, where I sit on the Policy Committee and chair the Education Legislation Committee. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of the Manchester School Board, which has authorized me to advocate that Medicaid be used as a primary calculator for free and reduced meals numbers for New Hampshire school districts. We are unanimous in our support of New Hampshire's application for the Medicaid Direct Certification Program as proposed in HB 601. The current process for school meal applications is cumbersome and undercounts the number of students actually eligible for free and reduced school meals. Medicaid Direct Certification would reduce administrative costs related to these applications while also increasing funding vital to feeding our students. This is a nonpartisan issue that benefits all our students. In fact, many states, as you heard, already participate, from California, New York, Pennsylvania, to Kentucky, West Virginia, and Alabama. Evidence from states who participate in Medicaid Direct Certification demonstrate its effectiveness. It improves low-income students' access to nutritious meals while decreasing state administrative costs. Like these states, New Hampshire would benefit greatly from adopting Medicaid Direct Certification, and we ask that you support this bill. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is it Alex Grapponi?
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome.
Thanks. Hi, thank you for having me. As already said, I'm Alexandra Grapponi from Concord High School. I'm currently a senior and I'm the president of our high school Save the Children Club, which deals with tackling the issue of childhood hunger. When you go to school, you want to be successful, right? Because the whole goal is getting into college and going places and doing things, but you can't do that if you're hungry. If you're hungry, you lose focus. If you're hungry, you can get more upset to a small minor glitch in your day. And if you're hungry, you honestly can't thrive the way you could if you were running at maximum capacity of being able to have access to food. There's a population of students that come from foreign countries and their parents don't speak English. So how can you expect when you give them a form in English for Medicaid for free and reduced lunch that they would know how to fill it out? With not being able to fill out those forms, those students go hungry. And when they're hungry, they can't learn. And when you can't learn, you can't be the best student that you can be. And this starts from day one they go to school. A lot of these kids come over here at the age of 7. So from the age of 7, they're not eating and they're not focusing. Those tools of being able to focus in school are not developing, which can lead to them falling behind academically as they progress in their academic careers.
I believe if you take away the requirement to fill out this paperwork, it will drop the language barrier which many families face not being able to speak English. Even if they could get to Concord High by bus to meet with an ELL teacher, who's going to say that the ELL teacher will have time or is even there to help them fill out the paperwork? It's crucial that every student has the opportunity to eat food, to be able to learn in school and thrive academically. Food is fuel to your day. I imagine going to school every day being hungry. Imagine doing your job right here, right now, being hungry. You wouldn't be able to focus. You wouldn't be able to listen. I mean, I was in AP Lit the other day and I didn't eat enough and I felt like I was going to faint. So, this past fall, my school Save the Children Club held a food drive around town in 14 local stores, and we raised $300 and collected 157 food items. We delivered that to Beaver Meadow Elementary School, which is a very high need for food school. They run a backpack program. They fill up every week and give kids food. When we arrived at that food closet, it was very alarming to see how low it was and to know that these kids will go home with like barely anything in their backpacks. To know that they have to survive on potentially the one meal they get at school per day, that's not okay. That cannot be happening. It's not. So it was really great to be able to give them that boost, but I also want to do more. Especially at our school, the options for food at lunch is burgers, pizza, and like sometimes a salad if kids can get there in time to get it. That's not nutritional. The food in our school needs to have nutritional value so then you can actually feel like you've had nutrition, because if you drink, for instance, like a sugary something, you're not going to feel like you actually have energy compared to if you had like a granola bar giving you sustenance to be able to properly run without your day. I remember in 9th grade, my best friend kept asking me for granola bars. It's like, why is he doing this? And I was like, he's hungry. And it hit me that he comes from a lower income home. And I was like, wow, he might not have the same access to food that I do. And it was just, and of course I gave him the granola bar every day. And anyone else who asked, I would. It's just, I honestly believe that food is a human right and everyone should have access to that. So I urge you to drop the language barrier of this Medicaid requirement so every kid can have the opportunity to thrive in school and be given an equal playing field by having that taken away, the paperwork, which is barring these kids from being able to successfully thrive in school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Oh, yes, Representative Damon.
I just want to know if you'd like me to write a recommendation for your college application.
Thank you, but they've already been submitted.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, at this point in time, we have now the technical support, which we can utilize. So Mark and Robert, you're both, one's from HHS, the other's from DOE. So why don't you, we do have some questions, in follow-up to what we did with Representative Umberger with this program last year. And so if you want to sit together or not, you're... Okay, there's this card right here. And we've had Mark before.
Should I start
Good
with
afternoon. Why don't you go ahead first, Mark, and then we'll just jab some of these questions at you if you don't mind.
Yeah, I think there's three questions. There's probably more questions that you kind of deferred to technical assistance. I think we got a history and a background, but the way the FNR program works, by the way, Mark Manganello, Department of Education for the record, the way FNR numbers work is you have the direct certification program, which is SNAP, TANF, also foster families and migration. Migrant families. That's a way to direct certify as yourself as eligible for the FNR program. And so what happens is that those are DHHS run programs. DHHS has that data. DHHS owns that data. But then there is a sharing of data with the Department of Education, and most of the data lives and is owned by DHHS, but we give over SACIT information, we give over information that DHHS can use to match that data, and DHHS is able to take their data, take our data and say, these are the students, and bring it back to us and say, these are the students that are part of these programs, TANF, SNAP, you name it. So they're able to match the data for us. And from there, we're able to identify which students are directly certified as eligible to the FNR program. And then we send that to the schools, and then the schools will have a direct cert list, and they can ensure that those students are not either, the way Direct Cert, and Kelly Rambo is in here, she administers the food and nutrition program. I believe every student who direct certifies is labeled as free, meaning not free and reduced. That means they don't pay anything. They don't pay a reduced price. They get free meals. So the way that works is now everyone's direct certified on a direct certified list, so that they can run their nutrition program and know who to charge what and if the student receives a charge or not. The way this program's law, we've been studying this for a while now. We've learned a lot. We've answered a lot of questions. There's still some questions that we still have, the department has, but we've, to get to Representative Lekas's question, why, since this is already state Medicaid data, why do we need to apply to this program to get access to it? And so the Medicaid program is regulated by CMS. And so CMS will not allow the Department of Health and Human Services to just hand over the data unless they're part of this program. So CMS, they grant, DHS can talk more about Medicaid programs, but there's waivers and all these processes. But CMS will allow state agencies to share this type of data if they're in this program. So the only way we're going to get access to this data, the Department of Education, from DHHS, is to be allowed to enter this program authorized by USDA. And then CMS will allow DHHS to start the data sharing process. So that's one of the reasons why you have to go through the USDA program to access this. I think I've answered a few questions. One, Representative Cordelli talked about the opt-out questions. We've been discussing that, I think, for the past year. I think last time this committee met and talked about this back in the summer, there's kind of the idea, is there a state opt-out or is there a local opt-out? The local opt-out would be the school receives that direct cert list and they go, the family could opt out at the local level and say, take me off the list. That would be a local opt-out. That seems intuitive that could be implemented with some technical assistance from the department. But that's a local opt-out. It would still involve some data going from DHHS to the Department of Education to school. So it'd still be data sharing, but there would be opt-out at the local level. We have to probably work with the Department of Health and Human Services to see if there's potential opt-out at the state application level. So before the family even submits data to the state, they have now opt-out at the application level. And then that would be a policy decision, probably something we'd want to talk with the legislature about if that type of opt-out is something the legislature is interested in. We don't have a set policy on this, but those are the questions we've been discussing for the past year as far as privacy and opt-out. What paths, what options would the program have? There's some unanswered questions there as far as what can we reasonably implement. I think the local opt-out would be we know we can implement that. That sounds pretty feasible. I don't know if we can implement the state level opt-out or state application opt-out. I think that answered a few of the questions we had. I don't know if we... the difference between the Medicaid, I don't know, DHS could talk about it, the Medicaid application and the FNR application. The Medicaid application, I believe, is a really difficult process. I don't know. It's I think it's a lot of. I think they might do they do a 5-year look back on? They do. So the FNR program, I don't believe, is doing a 5-year look back on your assets. It's just report your income. The Medicaid process is, there's more work involved in that process. So they are two different applications.
Thank you. HHS.
Good afternoon. For the record, Robert Berry, General Counsel to the Division of Medicaid. Honestly, a lot of people have provided everything I was going to say. As the chair indicated earlier, this is going to be going forward to a work session. The department was here really to offer its assistance with that work session and working with the Department of Education, this committee, and stakeholders to come up with a piece of legislation that everybody can be happy with.
So if we go ahead with a program like this, will we end up with more students, for example, at the high school right now, we see a drop off with students participating in the free and reduced program at the high school. And that's nothing new. That's been on for a long time. Will we see this increase as a result of getting involved with Medicaid in this? And that's my primary goal here, is to ensure that we have those high school students which were not affording that, well, we're affording them the opportunity. A lot of times the applications don't come in. For the grade school kids, it's all left on the school bus, or it's in the backpack, or it never even gets into the backpack at school, still on their desk or wherever it might be. But with the high school kids, there's fewer of them returned. And how do we get then some structure in which we know we have X number at the high school that are not receiving this benefit, and we're not receiving the benefit as a state for eligibility as poverty, so that then it bounces in everything we do, in our financial formulas, and the career technical education with Carl Perkins, all that, our poverty rate will go up. That's what my goal is, to just get more, two things: get the kids all eating, and then secondly, to try to get the federal dollars which we're leaving on the table. So can you speak to that a little bit, Mark?
So I don't have a Medicaid. I did get from Director Littman with DHHS. I did get some Medicaid data.
Yeah.
The Medicaid data is a little, the pandemic, just like a lot of data sets, the pandemic influenced that data set. Currently, and I don't know where we're at currently with that, but I know that during the pandemic, people were not being disenrolled from Medicaid in order because of the public health emergency. They were being stayed on Medicaid, even though they would have been routinely up for re-enrollment or re-eligibility. So that, I know that's phasing out eventually. But a lot of the data set we have is inflated in the sense that no one has been kicked off the rolls. So we know those data sets are high during the pandemic. The latest data set I got from DHHS was as of July 1, 2019. It said there was 52,000 students ages 5 to 18 on Medicaid, and DHHS has narrowed in their ability to get us the income numbers we are looking for our FNR program. When they originally gave it to us, it was 196 of the federal poverty guidelines. Now it's up to 185% of now it's exactly at 185. So DHHS has better fine-tuned their querying into their data. And so for July 2019, it's 52,000 kids. For July 1, 2022, it's 56,000 kids, 5 to 18 on Medicaid. And that's a one moment in time snapshot. So that is more than currently what we have. Right now, we're estimating for this school year is 38,000 kids. So
are you talking free and reduced?
Free and reduced.
The 38,000?
38,000, yeah.
That's a significant increase.
So, yes. And so I've done a little bit of working with that data and running it through the formula. And so I have two different data sets from DHHS. I have one that has pandemic inflated numbers, and I have one number that's data set that's older but not influenced by the pandemic. So I came up with a high and low estimate. I'm going to work with Mickey Landrigan with the LBA to come up with a number. This is really hard to estimate, but just playing with that data and kind of come up with a ballpark number. If we took that 2019 number and we try to take our current enrollment decline and apply it to that number, and apply the same student demographic enrollment decline trends to it, it gets us to around 47,000 students. So it's about 9,000 students more than we're currently having. So that's about a 9,000 student count jump in our FNR numbers. If I take that high number and just leave it as is, 56,000, and say that's a high number, so that'd be like a high estimate, that's a substantially more than the 38,000 we're carrying currently in the formula. And if I run both those numbers and the impact on adequacy, it would run through our formula, have about either a $22 million estimate or a $42 million estimate. This would impact fiscal year 26, so we'd have a lot of time to know what's coming if this bill were to pass. But that's currently where I'm at. That's a very ballpark figure. It's very difficult to estimate fiscal year 26. We normally don't do that. But if this program were to pass, we're talking about dozens of millions of dollars in the adequacy formula. As far as federal money left on the table, I think we talked about this last summer. The way federal money is received by the state, by the federal government, to the state by the federal government is usually using census data. But the way we allocate out to our districts and our communities is done using FNR data. So it's not going to increase I think last time we talked about this, I don't think it's going to increase our Perkins allocation. I don't think it's going to increase our Title I allocation. But it would increase the number of students eligible for the program. And every time that student accesses that program, instead of paying local sales revenue, lunch money to the district, the federal government would pay for it. So there would be more federal money for schools because there would be less lunch money. So that's where we would put more federal money into our schools. It would, whether the students pay for their lunch, some of them might run debts and however that may work. But that's where the federal money would come into play.
With your having worked at LBA and knowing Mickey, are you going to be able to get some of these spreadsheets developed for us that, show some of this information you have right now, just projecting possibly this is what it might net us in terms of funding through the education formula?
I can give you a town by town.
I'd love just to see it by state, and if you have by town, that'd be even great too.
I think I'm trying to, at this moment in time, have Mickey. If we're gonna do a work session on this, I can give you a town by town. I want Mickey to put eyes on it. I prefer, but if you want a town by town, I have the data. So.
Okay, fine. If you could be working on that, we're going to have some kind of a session on that in about a week or so.
Okay.
So it'd be good to have that, so we can have that in the discussion. Further questions from the committee, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Maybe this is for you, Mr. Chairman, but maybe my question would, or request would be better held off until the work session. I'd like to talk about the data matching process. Would maybe the work session for that?
Okay, why don't you hang on to that one then? Yeah. So, Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Just some clarification, if I may. Mark, when you're talking about the direct certification that Kelly had been talking about, you mentioned that it brought everyone to free meals. Does that negate the reduced meal?
So our current programs bring everyone to free. Our understanding, and we've had some meetings with USDA. We actually had a conversation. Jen was involved in it. Had a conversation with Massachusetts. Our understanding is the way the Medicaid program is that actually parses out free and reduced. So direct certification usually lumps everyone into free. The Medicaid direct cert program, as authorized by USDA, allows for granularity in parsing out free and reduced.
Two more things. Thank you. On the non-Medicaid application, not the SNAP, not any of the process, is there still going to be option for parents of youngsters that don't currently aren't on Medicaid and aren't participating in any, my kids? I'm not participating in anything. Can I fill out paperwork for my daughter and son?
So I think if this were to be were to become law and we were to access the program, be approved for the program, I think the default policy by the department would probably be to still allow applications. Meaning we're not letting the applications go away. Massachusetts, I believe last time we talked to them, they've done direct cert. Right. And they feel that, I think they must feel that they've done it to such an extent that they've gotten rid of applications.
Okay.
So that would be probably a legislative policy decision as far as, do you actually want to get rid of the applications and only rely on direct certification? But I think probably the department would still allow the option for applications. You could have someone who's in poverty but has private insurance.
Okay.
Maybe. So.
Yeah. So is my may have just one more?
Sure.
Thank you. The last one, hopefully. There's been the eligibility you're talking about, the 130 and 187. That eligibility is state number, right? That's a state eligibility number. I think it's a federal guideline.
135, 185.
So 185, 185 or 187. The 130 and the 185 or the 187. That number. That's a federal guideline.
Yes.
Okay. Is it regulated by the state at all? The school state board has the right to regulate that. Is that correct?
So that's a good question for Kelly. The state apparently has some authority in a sense. We just changed SNAP eligibility. I think probably the application, I'm just speculating here. Right. The application, I think, is really highly governed by the federal government, but our feed-in programs like SNAP, we did change that to 200%, right. And that's going to trigger increase direct certs.
Okay.
So I think the application might be fully governed by the federal regulations. We might be stuck
Okay.
to that, but that's my guess.
Okay. May I just follow up?
Sure.
Okay, where I'm going with that, thank you, is we have a bill that's coming forward that's looking at, based on from the summer meals program on the site, based on the assumption that under the rules we saw, the State Board of Education has the right, although they haven't, they have the right to increase the eligibility. So the bill that was coming forward was looking at increasing the eligibility for free and reduced lunch up to 300%. Okay, of the federal guidelines. So my question is, hearing you talk now how it's regulated, would the direct certification under the Medicaid process just negate that, or it was just a waste, or it just won't fly?
I don't know, and now I think my assumption that this program's highly federally regulated because the federal money, it's a lot of federal money. It's mostly federally funded, the F&R program. I could be totally wrong. There could be some policy quirks there that I don't know. So I can't answer that question. That's maybe.
The DHS, I don't know.
I don't have an opinion on that. What I was going to ask you for is what's the bill number on that so I can take a look.
We'll have to ask my associate over here. Okay.
In a minute.
Our prime sponsor is having a lapse over here. Anyhow, we'll get you that.
Okay.
Okay, but the bill has, the dialogue from the summer talked about, thank you. So that was the question. And what we don't want to do, I mean, our goal, like Representative Ladd's goal and of this goal, is increase the participation rate, particularly for those that heretofore have not been eligible, but in the MISTA guidelines. And knowing the cost and the increases of everything today, we're hoping to expand those that are eligible, particularly from middle up that haven't made it before at the 180. That was the intent of the bill. But what we don't want to do, I'm speaking myself, but assuming collectively for the meal committee, what we don't want to do is follow it up, so we're screwing up the whole process, if you know what I mean.
Yep. Yeah, I'll take a look at that.
Yeah, I
and I'll
appreciate that.
work
Yeah,
with
thank you.
education on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Ladd. I appreciate that.
Thank you. We have, you talk about Massachusetts. What about Maine, Rhode Island, Vermont? The ones, other New England states here, are they, we heard, I think you meant 30 states are in this program. Pardon me? 39, okay. So, yeah, there must be some other New England states that are in it as well.
Yeah, we've only chatted with Massachusetts about a year ago.
Okay. Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Does either one of you have, even if it's, a generalized idea, how many students there may be who don't have Medicaid, either they don't qualify or they simply haven't applied, may or may not have some other health insurance, maybe through a parent's employer, but would qualify for free and reduced lunch? In other words, what's the gap?
So I was actually thinking about that question. I'm not sure if the department would be able to capture that because we're not going to have any data on any individual who's not SNAP or TANF or Medicaid. So I was thinking about that question though, and I will ask if we do have an ability to capture that somehow. I would doubt it, given that we probably don't have numbers on that.
I appreciate the effort.
Medicaid, you said we had about roughly 56, 38, 47,000 kids possibly. What are we doing? What's the adult population? If I had the adults on top of these kids in grades 5 through 18, ages 5 to 18.
So I was looking at the numbers this morning. Total Medicaid at the moment is around 250,000. Now that is inflated because of the public health emergency and the maintenance of effort requirements. Come April 1st, we will start to be able to I don't know what the proper word for it is, but look at eligibility and assess properly.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Right. Yes, Representative Lekas.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. You had referred to, in answering my earlier question, the three initials. Is that federally governed or state governed? And is that something we could change at the state level so that there could be sharing from state Medicaid, you know, between that and the DOE as far as doing our own direct certification like we do with TANF and WIC and those other things?
That would have to be something we have to really look at. When we go through a data sharing process at the department, we look at all the available authorities. We go from the federal government to the extent it's a federal, federally funded or, you know, federally involved program. We look at the state authority and we look at things like that. So it's a rather involved and long process in terms of when we decide how we share data and how we're going to do it. So that's something we could certainly take a look at. Our understanding is that Medicaid data really has to be protected absent some sort of federal authority, but we can certainly take a look.
Thank you very much.
We're going to allow one more question, Representative Damon. That's the last one.
Thank you, it's short. So I just wanted to hopefully verify, I believe the federal Omnibus Act that was passed at the end of '22 will continue Medicaid certification for children, that they'll have continuous enrollment. Are you familiar with that?
I am familiar with that. I'm trying to remember the provision though. It sounds familiar to me. I think that begins, I want to say next January.
Yes, I think so too. So the reason I brought it up was just that would be relevant to what happens with this, that kids wouldn't fall off Medicaid and therefore they wouldn't fall off.
Yes, the continuous enrollment.
This bill went through. Thank you.
No more questions for the department for HHS. We have a work session scheduled for February 1st at 9:30 in the AM.
Yes, I've written that down and I have these questions and I'll be working on getting some answers for everybody for that day.
And if Kelly could also, be around, Mark?
Yep.
Thank you.
We'll talk about data sharing as well.
Thank you. Good. So thank you very much, everybody. I don't have any other pink cards on this bill, so I'm going to close the hearing on 601. And take about 5 minutes to stretch, and then we have one smaller bill here, which we have Representative Lunos taking up the whole afternoon here.
Chairman?
Yeah.
So I noticed you asked him to be on the social studies thing. This is a young who.
Well, I just asked him, I want to get in contact with him. When I hear something like that,
Yeah.
I don't want to, take advantage.
Yes, she's really good. She's been a student probably in her.
Okay,
late
and
30s.
from the state.
Yeah. Coordinator of social studies, and she's been on the board. And I sent you an email with some
Okay.
context.
Good, so good. This is another good. have our last bill in front of us here, so we're going to go ahead. HB
care, Dave.
435, relative to relief aid calculation and determining grants for adequate education. Representative Luno, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's been wonderful to be with everybody in House Education this afternoon. For the record, Dave Luno, Merrimack County District 9, people of Bowen, Hopkinton, and all over the Great Granite State. Here to introduce House Bill 435. This came to me at the request of the department, and we've got Mark Manganiello is going to be here from the department to speak in just a minute. Back to the enhanced free and reduced price lunch grants that came in as a part of the state budget. I believe came in as part of the state budget. It updates the grant levels based on where those levels should be at this point. It eliminates the proration clause in the statute, and it adds a biennial cost adjustment so that we can basically get this set and let this continue to run. So with that, that concludes my quick introduction remarks, and I just soon hand it over to the department for technical.
Thank you. Any questions, Representative Luno?
Great. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
For the record, Mark Manganiello, Department of Education, School Finance. The reason why what this bill's doing two things. It's adjusting the rates, and then it's getting rid of the set in stone proration number. So the way the relief aid grant works is we calculate your aid amount based on your F&R percentage for each community. And we come up with that number, but we don't use that number. What we do is we prorate up or down to 17.5 million. So if we do the calculation and statewide, it turns out to be 15 million. We are going to jump every community up. I should do some easier math. I'm not gonna. We'll jump it up to. We'll jump it up by whatever percentage increase is necessary to bring it up to 17.5 million. If we do the math, run the formula, and it turns out to be 20 million, we'll prorate everyone down to whatever percentage so that the statewide total is 17.5 million. And so what's good about that is it creates a budget control. It creates a budget control for budget writers that they know exactly how much they're going to spend. Exactly how much they're going to spend is 17.5 million. But as we become more comfortable with the FNR data or this calculation and what this will do, we would like to ideally have these formulas stand alone and float and not be anchored to a proration number. And the reason why that works is because we do have 30 cooperatives. All cooperatives have a cooperative apportionment. And when we are doing cooperative apportionments, we account for every single, well, not every single penny. We don't do it to the penny. We count to every single dollar of adequacy funding to go to each community, each town that's in a cooperative apportionment. And so when we change the school funding formula with relief aid, meaning the FNR data changes for one community by one kid, it changes it for all 233 towns, if all 233 towns were eligible for this. So that means there's about $1 change for all of these towns, and it creates more administrative work because now we have to account for all of those dollar changes on every cooperative apportionment. So it's just a lot more keying. Because now every single community has a change in their adequacy relative to what we used to set the tax rate and what they were actually paid. And it comes into the cooperative apportionment process. So it's really behind the scenes inside baseball. But when me and my team have to do cooperative apportionments, it becomes very sort of tedious tracking every single dollar change because the proration is causing that dollar change. So if we let the formula float, we bring it to a $17.5 million number using just changing the rates, not using a proration factor. It's going to be administratively easier for me and my team to implement.
Okay. Any questions from the committee? Representative Lekes.
Does this affect overall the budget of the state, or does it just does it even out?
So when I first did this calculation and handed this to Representative Luno, it did not. Now looking at the latest data, it actually is going to be, I'd use these numbers that I have figured in here. It's $500,000 less. So if you were to send this bill to finance, we could take the latest data and try to bring this closer to completely state budget neutral. Right now it's a $500,000 savings in the state budget. But I think if this bill made it to second committee and we worked with finance, we would try to bring it right to budget neutral.
Thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me preface this by saying I am not a good numbers person. So if right now it's $500,000 less to the state, am I correct in thinking that that's $500,000 less to the districts?
Correct.
And how is it that you would make it be neutral?
I would just play with the numbers a little bit. So that's 672 for. I followed I think I followed a 4 times. So like originally it was 150 to 600. So it's the low end grant was 150 and the high end grant was 600. So I would just add another $1 to that low end. So if I added that to 169, and then if I times it by 4 to the top end, that would be 176. So I would play with those numbers to make the total calculation come up to 17.5 million. But it's tinker with the numbers a tad bit.
Follow up.
Yes.
So then in subsequent years, the number is changing?
Correct, based on FNR data. So it wouldn't be set in stone to 17.5 million. So if, say, we did direct to cert Medicaid, in subsequent years, the FNR numbers might be better than they are currently. So that would make this formula more expensive. If the SNAP program is successful in getting new applicants to direct certify, the FNR numbers would go up. So as FNR data moves, so would this number move. The only other adjustment we're making here is we are doing CPI adjustments, to the budget numbers there, to the factor numbers. So we're trying to make it flow with inflation based on regular adequacy, but we're trying to not live within that 17.5 set in stone number and have the formula float. But there is challenges with having a formula float.
Thank you.
Are there further questions from the committee? I thought we were already doing the CPI adjustment every biennium.
Only to base and differential aid.
Okay, only.
Extraordinary needs grant, stabilization, none of those are getting CPI.
I got it. Okay. Further questions? Not seeing any. I think we're done.
Thank you.
So, and that does conclude this bill. It's closed, and I think we'll just all get out of here. Yes?
Just a quick question. I don't know if you know this off the top of your head, but have all the LSRs that have been submitted to education been assigned a House bill number? Yeah?
Yes, they have been.
And do you know what that count is, out of curiosity?
Well, I think it's 91. I had one that I could not find it. It was on our list, but when I went to the website, it was never there. And we found out there was a technical problem over at with the TI guys across the street. So we did have that one added on today, but we've also vacated a couple of them. So I think that we're hovering right around 91. That's not counting any Senate bills, which we are going to get. So it will be well over 100.
Was it 139 last year?
Yeah, you got to remember, last year we had 139 bills.
Between the House and the Senate?
Between the House and the Senate, yeah.
No.
And wait until we get some of these omnibus bills. I think so. I think we talked about that earlier today.